Initiate the meeting by having the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. There's going to be a minor change in the order of some of the items. Community development, which is on page 5, will move to number 1, and on number 7, we're moving that up to number 2. And number 8, we're moving to number 3. So, but nothing else has changed, it's just the order. Isn't that? Okay, public comment. Public comment will be taken during the beginning and again at the end of the meeting. Additional public comment periods may be allowed on individual agenda items at the discretion of the chair. It is requested that members of the public provide public comment on those items on the agenda when they are considered. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker on matters over which the board has jurisdiction, supervision, or control. It is requested that the public comment be respectful of difference of viewpoints and that individuals do not engage in personal attacks on becoming disruptive, or the orderly conduct of the meeting. In addition to the opening public comment will be also taken on the following items in the agenda, 3, 4, and 5. Now, keep in mind, some of these are out of order, but as they're shown in here, we'll remind everybody when public comment is ready. So the floor is now open. We'll initiate with public comment from those in the audience, and then we'll go to Zoom for any public comment. Is there any public comment from those in the audience?
Good morning, Lynn Muzzy. I'm intending to make some comments on item I in the consent calendar, so I am requesting that that be pulled.
Is there any other public comment?
Sheriff and others, my name is Gary Dehart, G-A-R-Y-D-E-H-A-R-T, and I'm here to oppose the very unconstitutional Assembly Bill number 286, which is likely to become law very soon. I'm a freedom lover, and upon retiring from work 5 years ago, we quickly moved to Gardnerville from California to escape their many freedom-killing laws, including their very draconian gun laws. I urge you once again to pass a Douglas County resolution, or better yet, to designate Douglas County as a Second Amendment sanctuary county to combat the unconstitutional language found in AB 286. This bill was rammed through without any public hearings or chance for public comments. The two major issues with 286 is it further erodes the freedoms of we the people. It uses very scary language like ghost guns rather than telling the whole truth that the right of law-abiding citizens to build their own weapons and have them unregistered is an awesome right, and they shouldn't be registered We all know the sordid history of what happens when mandatory gun registrations are required. Unlike the current nonsense being taught in our schools and universities about the framers to our Constitution, I believe these were men of extraordinary talent and God-given wisdom. Upon reading of the Federalist Papers, it becomes obvious that the intent of the Second Amendment goes far beyond just the right of self-defense. It was also intended to keep the power with we the people, so that if the government ever becomes unresponsive to the people would have the power to throw the rascals out by force if necessary. The balance that they envisioned was for the government to fear the people, but this bill makes it so that the people will further fear their government. The second major problem I have with this bill is that it will greatly expand the use of gun-free zones and increase the penalties for anyone bringing a firearm into such a zone, even if it was obvious that the person meant no harm and only did so for self-protection. Anyone with common sense knows that gun-free zones are totally useless, and if anything, they increase the likelihood of an attack because the crazed person knows that the people there are unarmed and defenseless. It wouldn't be so bad if all these places provided adequate security, but we know that most of them have no security whatsoever. So all this will do is force people to make one of three hard choices. They can acquiesce to this dumb law and put themselves as sitting ducks, or they can take their business and recreation elsewhere, or it forces people to make the unpopular choice of decide to carry a firearm into a gun-free zone to protect themselves, now making them the criminal if they are caught with their firearm. So I urge you to allow this unconstitutional bill, or not to allow this unconstitutional bill to take away more of our freedoms and needlessly put us in harm's way. Pass another county resolution or make Douglas County a Second Amendment sanctuary county, as did Eureka. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. I believe that Douglas County did do that a few years back. We had a referendum in regard to the Second Amendment, and that's in accord with what you're talking about. So, and also keep in mind that Nevada is a Castle Doctrine state, so for the time being. Thank you. Are there any further comments? Seeing none, do we have any Zoom or call-in comments, Natalie?
Natalie Wood, for the record, I do. I have one that has raised their hands. If we have anyone else on Zoom participating that would like to participate and do opening public comment, please raise your hand. I'll start with Ellie Waller.
Hi, this is Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R. With the agenda being rearranged, I'm hoping that the vacation home rental agenda item has been given appropriate notification to all the people that want to speak to it. I suspect it's this afternoon. Second, with that in mind, with future items that are of controversy or this much information, maybe a time certain could be assigned in the future so people aren't waiting in the halls or location due to COVID restrictions. And of course, right now, there's no plans to review and get started on community plans, but I urge you to work with staff to try to bring that forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Okay, I don't have any additional people from Zoom with their hands raised for opening public comment.
See no further public comment. We'll continue with the consent calendar.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
With the agenda, approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agenda as modified.
We have a motion.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Approval of the previous minutes for board meetings March 4, 2021 and March 18, 2021.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move that we accept the minutes for March 4th and March 18th respectively.
We have a motion.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Noasad, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Moving to the consent calendar. The consent calendar has items that are adopted with one motion unless the item is pulled by a commissioner.
Excuse me,
Or a-
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
point of order. I think we also have the minutes of the March 18th meeting to approve as well.
Which meeting?
The March 18th.
Mr. Chairman,
Have that?
my motion was for both meetings.
Yeah, we got them both.
I'm sorry, I missed that, so,
Okay.
thank you. Pardon the interruption then.
Members of the public who have a consent item placed on the administrative agenda shall make a request during the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting and specifically state why they are making the request. When items are pulled for discussion, they will automatically be placed at the beginning of the administrative agenda or may be continued until a further date. There was a request to pull item I, was it? Respecting that request, we will pull item I for further discussion and bring it back at a later date.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the consent calendar be approved as presented with the exception of item I.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Noasad. All those in favor signify by voting aye.
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 Any opposed? We'll move to the administrative agenda. The chair will read the agenda into the public record and will have the discretion to determine how the items will be presented, and timing for the agenda items is approximate unless otherwise indicated for a specific item. Agenda items may be considered ahead or after scheduled indicated by the agenda. So if you'll recall, we moved item 1 and 2 to later, and I've got 2 agendas here. And we'll commence with the first item for discussion will be item number 4, which is now item number 1. Is everybody clear on that? So item number 1, for possible action, discussion regarding the possible formation of a special assessment district to acquire fire protection facilities in the Pittman Terrace subdivision in Glenbrook. This item will include, without limitation, discussion to accept as satisfactory the county engineer's report regarding the formation of a special assessment district and enter into a provision order to form the special assessment district by adopting resolution 2021R-2025. A resolution provisionally ordering the acquisition of the public safety project, the protection facility in the Pittman Terrace subdivision to ensure adequate fire protection capacity. The board may also direct staff to abandon the formation of the Special Assessment District and proceed with the direct acquisition of the improvement by the county. Is Mr. Hutchinson here? Mr. Hutchinson, you have the floor.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jeremy Hutchings, County Engineer for the record. Yep, and this is item 4, move to item 1 for Special Assessment District for Pittman Terrace. And I just wanted to get my little screen going here. Okay. So the chair had asked actually at the January meeting if, I think it's a rhetorical question, if I had seen a wildfire topped out or crowned out, if that's a term the firemen use, and I hadn't, other than on TV. But I do have a friend of mine that's a fireman retired out of the Tahoe district, and this is what I think he's talking about. That's the Angora fire, I believe, from my friend that worked the Angora fire in 2007. Makes the subject of the item a little more exciting to see than just an assessment district. So brief background, Chris Sauer had constructed some fire suppression facilities consisting generally of a water line on Pittman Terrace Road and an intake for the fireboat to connect to and a fire hydrant, generally shown in blue here. And that benefited basically the parcels that you see in your on the screen. About 22 members of the district would benefit from that improvement. In January of last year, the board directed staff to begin forming the Special Assessment District, and for the purpose of acquiring the fire protection improvements. So that process took a couple of board meetings from November of last year to January of this year. A majority of the SAD members actually opposed the formation of the district, so we couldn't form it, but the board directed staff to go back and negotiate with the owner on the acquisition costs with the intention of paying for at least half of it. And if the county pays for at least half of the improvements, the Special Assessment District could be formed above the protests of the subject members. So since that meeting, staff's negotiated reduced acquisition costs for the improvements, and we've also met with the potential members of the districts. Not all the members attended the Zoom meeting, but I would say maybe 10 or 12 did. And generally, well, a few of them, Mr. Sauer being one of them and a couple others approved of it, most of them still generally opposed forming the district. But just to summarize there, the improvements are this blue line generally showing the water line, a fire hydrant, and an intake draft from the lake. And the yellow parcels are 22 member parcels that would be in the district if it's formed. So just to summarize the negotiations, staff had negotiated with the owner, Mr. Sauer, and we'd come up with a reduced cost for the improvements at about $151,000. This is about $32,000 less than the cost of the improvements that Mr. Sauer proposed go into the district originally. We were estimating about $1,100 for maintenance, not much maintenance there. So the total acquisition cost of $152,127.50. If we go forward and the county would pay roughly $76,064.70, and we'd own and maintain the improvement going forward, the members of the district, there'd be 22 of them over the course of a 10-year assessment. At an annual assessment per member parcel of $345.74, the SAD would pay back to the county the $76,000 shown on your screen, $76,062.80. So the county would be paying just over half, and that's about how it pencils out with rounding errors. So basically, there's two options for consideration here. One, you form the district. And if you form the district members would pay a little less than half. The other option to consider and discuss is just to abandon the assessment district, abandon forming it, and then the county would pay for the total acquisition cost, the $152,000. So those are basically the two options to consider based on previous board meetings and direction from the board. And so the recommendation for staff is here on the screen is to accept as satisfactory the engineer's report regarding the formation of the district, and then adopt resolution 2021R025, which would provisionally order the acquisition of the improvements. This would require one more board meeting after the requisite public noticing, and I estimate that board meeting would occur on June 3rd. And if the board wishes to proceed in that fashion where the county pays half, we would begin noticing straight away and have one more board meeting to finalize the matter. And that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions from the board or.
Hey, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Nosad?
a little history on this district. Is this, are we replacing this as a reason being that the existing infrastructure deteriorated, or is this a brand-new one?
Thanks for that question, Commissioner Nosad. No, this part of this neighborhood is a little bit older part of the lake. Back in the old days, you basically had camps up there, and you didn't have fire suppression that we need today to fight fire, or the fire marshal needs to fight fire. So there is no county water system in that area. This is when a homeowner comes in, they're obligated to provide improved fire flow, and there's no system up there. Most people have intake from the lake directly, and it's just basically to serve the house. The improvement that Mr. Sauer did allows the firemen basically to fight fire with a reasonable fire flow of 1,200 to 1,500 gallons per minute.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Rice?
I have a question. How much would the assessment be per homeowner in that area if we should approve this?
So as it stands, Mr. Rice, as it stands today, staff's negotiated a reduced price from what was previously proposed in the last the previous board meetings. So the answer is $345.74 per year for the next 10 years, and this would be year one.
As I understand it, the homeowner there on Pittman Terrace was ordered to install this as a condition for his building his residence on that property. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct. Yes.
And not to throw rocks at the county, but it seems to me that after what I have learned, this should have been done all along for each parcel before they were allowed to be built. Is that correct?
Are you referring to, Mr. Commissioner, each of the existing houses that are there today, like when the parcels were originally created? If that were a new subdivision today, you'd be correct. But those parcels are quite old. They're, I'd say from the 60s or even from before. But if it was a new subdivision today in that neighborhood, with the fire danger being what it is, they would be required to provide adequate fire flow.
It's my understanding that prior to this being built, and going back 5 or 6 years, the Tahoe Douglas Fire did not have the equipment that would be able to attach to the standpipe and charge it. Is that correct?
I can't speak to the exact timing of when they acquired the boat, but I don't know if Fire Chief Gavon's on or available or listening, but they did start the program to where they acquired a fireboat to act as a pump essentially for these intakes, and then the residents would come in and pay towards that program to allow them to get access to the pump on the boat. If that answers your question. I'm not sure the exact timing of when the program started, where there is, I think it actually predates 5 years. I think it's going on 10 years now, but I'm not 100% certain on that.
as I understand it, the reason why this is on the agenda to begin with is because the homeowners in that area are now being required ex post facto to pick up the tab for the standpipe that was never required before, and those that do live in the area are now going to be, they will bear the cost of this improvement, as needed as it was. But my question is one of fairness. Living at the lake, I can tell you that the fire is a main concern of ours up there, but and this is very needed. My question is the way of financing it. Just doesn't seem rather fair to me.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Commissioner Nosad?
Question to you, sir. Was there anything in Title 20 at the time these houses were built to require them to have a standpipe or whatever?
I think most, I would say it's probably a mixed bag. Certainly Mr. Sauer's house, Title 20 existed and was in place, and the fire code as it stands today is you know, it might be one version off the fire code. But some of those houses are probably predate a lot of the current fire code today that really drives this rather than Title 20.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner?
Mr. Hutchins, thank you for this. You know, I know we reviewed this back in February or March, might have been earlier than that, and asked you to go back to the homeowners and look at a different method of financing this. I have a question here. So how long has this actual requirement been in force with the homeowners?
Thanks, Mr. Gardner. So the fire code as it stands today, I mean, the fire code gets updated every so often, every few years, I suppose. But generally, I mean, certainly since, you know, the 90s, even before then, the fire code's been in place. But some of these houses probably predate that. It's the newer construction that's being required to come up to current code. When you say you do an addition or a new house, I don't think I have a specific answer for you on how long it's been in place. You know, as long as the fire code's been in place, I suppose.
So what you're telling me is that none of these homes that are currently up there were constructed between the time that this the fire code took place and then they also built. So this is the first house to be built up there or rebuilt up there where this fire code was in place that required this. Is that right?
The current version of the fire code, but there's been other houses that have been built as time progressed under previous versions of the fire code. So the fire code, like our Title 20, for example, gets updated on a fairly regular basis. And usually when the code gets updated, it doesn't become less restrictive, it becomes more restrictive. And then when you have fires like the Angora fire, the waterfall fire, that comes more to the front of people's minds. And so they become, you know, it's more of an issue than before, perhaps.
And does that have to do with the pressure or the flow of water that's available? Would that be a factor involved in the reason the codes get updated is to provide more water or better pressure? Is that?
Yeah, so certainly. So in this case, there's no water system around, so there's no tank that could go on a hill to provide the elevation or a pump in place. So it's a little bit of a not completely unique situation, but it's fairly unusual where you have a neighborhood in such a high fire hazard area that's fairly old, and there's just no water per today's fire code available. So the pump with the boat is a little bit of a unique solution to that. And you know, I think when the commissioners had spoken to the fairness of the project, it's a good question, which is why it's before you gentlemen. What is fair? Mr. Sowers constructed an improvement for, yes, his house, but it also is to the advantage of all the other members of that neighborhood. Is it fair to him to bear that cost? Well, I guess that's why we're here.
That's exactly right, why we're here. Going back to the map, if you don't mind, how many, you indicated that there are a number of these properties who have individual intakes. Can you tell us how many of those have individual intakes, if I heard you right?
Yeah, I am going to say of the 22 member parcels, 2 of the members don't have residences on them, and maybe 3. So I would say 19 to 20 is my best estimate.
19 to 20 of these 22 parcels already have an intake system for fire
residential.
suppression.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Maybe. My question is, once again, how many of these 22 properties already have an individual intake from the lake for fire suppression of their properties?
So I would estimate 19 to 20 have intake for residential purposes. I would estimate 1. This one is the one that meets today's current fire flow requirements. The other ones may have a smaller intake that do not meet the current standard for fire flow requirements.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, he's off.
Commissioner Nosad?
Okay, this is going to be a philosophical question. At $345 a year, if you don't have this fire protection, what's going to happen to insurance? What kind of insurance are you going to have to pay for the added exposure? That's just a philosophical question.
So the irony of it is the fire protection is there now today thanks to Mr. Sauer constructing it. So if you owned the house there, technically you could go back to your insurance agent and say, we now have adequate fire protection for the residents. So there's not really an answer for your question because it exists today. Does that make sense?
So then we would go in the other direction now and say, okay, somebody put in a pipe to provide the correct flow and pressure, and the others are going to benefit from that. But that person put it in at his own expense. So what did the original owner, how much did he expend to put that line in?
According to the owner's own documents, he spent just over $184,000 in costs, direct costs. The county, when I say the county, I mean me and Carrie Rosser, thank you, Carrie, I know you're listening, negotiated with the owner to $152,000 as a reasonable reimbursement for that cost. So the owner's taken essentially a $32,000 deduction from the actual costs of construction that he's indicated. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. That would mean that the person who put that in accepted the risk of not getting paid. Would you say that was right?
Correct. And I would add, though, that January of 2020, he had come to ask this board to, not in its current form, but some of you were here, for that reimbursement, and the board seemed to find that reasonable at the time. Just to, if we're talking philosophical, I don't mean to debate you, Commissioner Norstad, but.
Yeah, no debate involved, but I think the cure has already been exercised on the person who expended the funds.
Mr. Chair.
Wait, Commissioner Rice?
Thank you. If my math is correct, breaking this down by the month, it would be per parcel, it would be about $29 a month to finance the, or to repay for the cost of the standpipe.
Commissioner Rice, I'd agree. Your math's pretty good. I broke it down annually, as you can see here at the bottom of the third bullet point. Annually, it'd be 345.74 for 10 years.
It would seem to me that the insurance benefit of having that standpipe there pretty much offsets the cost per household for reimbursement for this. Am I anywhere in the ballpark?
Commissioner Rice, I'm not an insurance agent, but I would imagine there's got to be some offset in your reduction in insurance rates based on them having available fire flow in the neighborhood.
Thank you. That helped make my decision.
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hutchins, I guess my question here is, so we're looking at sharing the cost, so to speak, with Mr. Sauer in regards to putting this system in. Beyond the 22 homeowners that are in that subdivision there, is there any additional benefit to the county beyond just fire suppression of those 22 homes?
I'm thinking. I can't think of a specific benefit. Other than as a community, I guess we are helping the fire department provide that fire flow at that location. It's life safety. I don't see any firemen in the room, but I see our sheriff over here. It can't hurt to help out our firemen. I think that's our biggest community benefit, and the citizens that get the fire flow in that neighborhood. Or if there's not just a house fire, but I suppose a wildfire, they have another point of, fighting the fire in that neighborhood. I can't think of another benefit specifically. Sorry.
Are there any additional subdivisions up there or areas that do not have a fire suppression system of this nature with the output that could possibly benefit from this by hooking up fire trucks or whatever and drawing water? Or is that a stretch?
That's a stretch, just because of the location of the neighborhood. On this map that I show here, the fire marshal Gavon's already identified these specific parcels as basically being the ones that could benefit to it. And just based on the distance to the next residence is probably what he's basing that off of. So it's really the Pittman Terrace neighborhood that is identified here based on the research I've seen and the opinion of Chief Gavon.
Okay, so our choice basically is to assist these homes in fire suppression should it occur, and at the cost to the county of around $76,000, with the homeowners picking up the additional $76,000 over a 10-year period. And okay.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, Commissioner Gardner, if you want to form the district, the county has to pay for at least half. That's about the 76. The other option is the county could pay more, or all of it, if they would like. That is an option, and that is, and during my negotiations, not just with Mr. Sauer, I also had a meeting with whoever in the Pittman Terrace neighborhood wanted to attend. Some of them didn't. And I would, to argue their side, they would say that's completely Mr. Sauer's responsibility or the county's. I just don't necessarily agree with that position. I certainly understand it, but that is another option. Not my recommendation, though. My recommendation is that we would pay half and move forward.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Nosad?
I have a math question for you. The whole project, as it stands right now, you want about $180,000, right?
No.
Give or take a couple thousand.
152,000.
Well, I'm getting there. I'm saying that originally,
Oh, yeah.
all right, 152,000. Okay, well, let's see. We paid the guy his 152, that he asked for, or he negotiated to? That paid for that pipe, right? And installing it in the ground, et cetera?
Correct. And
So that's a
permitting.
done deal. We got water pressure and flow to the neighborhood. Why are we doing this? We've got the debt paid. We got the line in. What's the purpose of it doing the district now?
So, thank you for the question, Mr. Noasat. The purpose here is for reimbursement of the gentleman, Mr. Sauer, who designed, constructed, installed, theoretically is currently maintaining the line. So he's incurred the $184,000, and he would like to get reimbursed at least $152,000. So why are we doing this? Well, it's a good question that I think was debated at the January 2020 meeting. I suppose it's not obligated to pay for it, but he did come forward requesting to be reimbursed, and really it gets back to the fairness of it. He's put in, again, a little bit of a unique situation. He's constructed a utility that he's required to do to build his house, but it has the advantage of helping the whole neighborhood. And if somewhere else were to come forward, not just the insurance rates, but to do an addition or a new home, they would have to go to Mr. Sauer to get his permission to basically count that fire hydrant as adequate fire flow. So there is that advantage if someone were to remodel or add on to their house or build a new house there as well. But your larger philosophical question is honestly up to you gentlemen to debate or discuss, I suppose. My recommendation is to pay for at least half, because again, that is a community benefit as the county. We are helping out our constituents. I hope that answers your question, maybe?
Not quite, but let me see if I can clarify.
Okay.
When he came to us with looking for 184,000 and we agreed to 152,000, was that ever paid?
No, that is still being borne by Mr. Sauer. He has not been reimbursed at any level for the work.
Okay, I got the idea now.
Commissioner Gardner?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I do have a couple of more questions here. Now, the 152,000 or the $151,027.50, that has already been paid by Mr. Sauer out of pocket. That's done, right?
Mr. Sauer's actually paid $184,000 and change out of pocket, and then that is done. The line is in and constructed and owned by Mr. Sauer.
Okay. Well, obviously this always puts us in between a rock and a hard spot. But the point is that there is additional benefit to the county in regards to the fact that this system is now in, and if a conflagration, is that the right word? A fire, for simple terms, breaks out without this system, it could spread to additional neighborhoods and cause a tremendous amount of loss, not only just to this neighborhood, but to other neighborhoods and surrounding areas. So I know during our last discussion, I recall our chair was pretty much in favor, if I'm not mistaken, of us actually picking up the entire cost. I know that, and I believe Mr. Tarkanian was in favor of us not being involved with it at all. And I think Mr. Noasat was absent at that meeting due to medical issues. And I think Mr. Rice and I both indicated at that time that we were looking for some sort of compromise through that system, if I'm not mistaken. So I can't speak on behalf of Mr. Tarkanian because he's not here today. But anyways, we asked you folks to go back and take another look at this special assessment district or whatever it was called. And Mr. Chair, I think we also, if I'm not mistaken, we did provide that this item would allow public comment. And so I think we need to probably proceed to public comment before we get into too much further into this. But thank you.
Are there any further comments from the board? See none, we'll now open it up for public comment. Natalie, is there anybody online?
Natalie Wood, for the record, yes, we have a few that would like to provide public comment. I do have Tahoe Douglas Fire on, so I'll start with that.
Good morning, Commissioners. Todd Stroop with Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District. Just to let you know, we are on the line if you do have any questions regarding the Fire Flow Initiative Program, firefighting operations, or any questions regarding the fire bill. Thank you.
Okay, I do have another one that has their hand raised. If anyone else participating through Zoom would like to provide public comment on this item, please raise your hand. I will go to Austin.
Good morning, this is Austin Sweet with Gunderson Law Firm. I'm appearing on behalf of Jim and David Jakowski at 1444 Pittman Terrace. I've got a couple issues I'd like to raise. First, I haven't seen any documentation showing the permission that Mr. Sauer had to build on the county's property. Was it a license? Was it an easement? That's not clear. And if the plan was all along for the county to acquire this system, and that's why it was built on county property, then we have some concerns with the process of build first and ask for permission later. And if the plan was not for the system to be acquired by the county, then of course we'd like to see what the documentation was for the system to be built on county property, and what other homeowners would be expected to do if they had to build their own systems. Would they be allowed to use the same property? And of course, there's only a limited amount of space on that strip for a system for each individual homeowner. Second, the costs that are identified in the packet include about $35,000 in legal fees and $52,000 in permit fees. And I would question whether those would have been required had the county installed this system on its own from the outset. And I would certainly, if the neighbors are being asked to participate in paying for this system, they should only be required to reimburse Mr. Sauer for the actual costs of the system, not costs that were associated with this process, which my expectation is those are the legal fees. And of course, if costs would not have been incurred had this been done by the county from the outset, rather than this backwards process, those costs shouldn't be reimbursed. So those issues I'd like to see addressed before this is brought before the county commissioner to determine and approve a special assessment district. Thank you.
Okay, we have two callers. I will start with the 702 number. Hello, do you have public comment?
Hi, yes, I'm actually wanting to talk on item number 6.
Okay, thank you. We'll get you back on that item. Okay, second caller in. Do you have public comment on this item? Okay, no response. Do we have any additional public comment from Zoom participants? Please raise your hand. Okay, Chairman, I don't see any additional public comment from Zoom.
Thank you, Natalie. This commissioner was aware of this project some time ago, and initially it seemed to me that, well, this is pretty presumptuous of Mr. Sauer to just go and put this system in. But after looking at it and reviewing it, it was all done and with county permits and county observations, and it probably, if the county had done it, it would have cost twice as much. So we've been kicking this can around, and the beneficiaries are everybody up there in that area, including the adjacent communities, because it's a source of water for the fire department. Hence, all the benefits and all the work that has been done and all the people who are the beneficiaries of it, I'm of the persuasion that the county should just pay for it and it's settled. I've seen this county spend money on useless items. This is an item that has absolute merit and would have probably had to have been done sooner or later anyway. So I'm of the persuasion the county pay for it, we put it to bed and move on. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Nosad?
Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the expenditure of that 152,000 and change as a lump sum.
Would you restate that, sir? I am not quite sure what the motion was.
A little presaging this first. Rather than going through a assessment for 10 years, I would suggest that we pay the bill in its entirety in one lump sum. The 152,714 and 60 cents or something like that.
152, 127.5.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Nosad, a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you, commissioners. Have a nice morning.
Okay, now, keep in mind, we're moving out of order. So on the listing of items, the item number 7 will now be reviewed. It'll be the second item in the sequence. For presentation only, introduction of ordinance 2021-1581, an ordinance authorizing the issuance by Douglas County, Nevada, of its general obligation limited tax water bonds additionally secured by pledged revenue, Series 2021A and Series 2021B, in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $16,500,000 for the purpose of financing the improvement of the Cave Rock water system or other water projects, provided the form, term, and conditions thereof, and the convents relating to the payment of said bonds, and providing the effective date hereof. First relating to the payments of said bonds and providing effective dates hereof. First reading, Ms. Willoughby, is she here? Okay.
Terry Willoughby for the record. This item has been before the board several times. This is the final step in the process. This is related to the state revolving fund loan for the Cave Rock project, and the expected interest rate is going to be about 1.44%, or at least less than 1.5. The current rate is 1.44. And we're seeking the approval at this time. This has been before the board several times, the last time in January, so this is just the final step.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Zach Wadley, DA's office. So this is a presentation only item. It's an introduction of the bond issuance ordinance. Really, this is just a presentation of the ordinance to the public. There would be a second reading on this bond ordinance, and we would target I believe it's the May 6th meeting to do that.
Zach, do you want to briefly explain how this bond works?
It's, as Ms. Willoughby said, this matter's been before the board several times previously. It's been in front of the Debt Management Commission and was approved by the Debt Management Commission. It's an SRF, state revolving fund loan. Very attractive interest rates, as Ms. Willoughby said. We expect under 1.5%. And it is considered a general obligation bond because the general assets of the county are put up as collateral, but it is secured by revenue from the ratepayers in the Cave Rock area. So that's the expectation to pay back the bond. And it will be used to construct water infrastructure improvements. And to the extent there's any savings left over after the Cave Rock project, the remaining money could be used for other water projects throughout the county.
If I may, in addition, I don't believe there are any underwriting fees or extraordinary legal fees in conjunction with this bond. Is that correct?
Generally correct. It's there's legal time from my office, but obviously that's a built-in cost to the county. It's very, very low in terms of cost to the county to obtain this financing.
Under the circumstances, this is the best that we could possibly have done. So, thank you, Mr. Wadley.
Mr. Wadley, excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. Mr. Wadley, this is just a continuing process of this Cave Rock system, is that right? I mean, this isn't going to be the final one either, right? We're going to have additional Cave Rock projects coming as funding is required later on, not only in this fiscal year, but in next fiscal year as well, and perhaps the other one is the next one on beyond that. Is that right?
That's correct, Commissioner Gardner. There's phases to the project. You heard actually an initial phase at your last meeting and approved a contract relating to this project. There will be more as the months go on.
I think that's what the public needs to understand, is that this is a continuing process and it's not just a one-time deal where we're going to have these items on this agenda. It's going to come forward and forward and forward and forward again.
Okay, this is for presentation only. And if there are no other questions, we'll move on to what will be item 3, but is number 8 on your list. For possible action, discussion and direction to staff regarding legislation or legislative issues proposed by the legislatures or other entities permitted to submit bills, drafts, requests that may impact Douglas County. The board may take action to support, oppose any legislative item included in the Douglas County bill tracker. Reports included with the board packet. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I go through the bills, I'll just point out that we uploaded a supplemental material and an updated tracker report based on the most current information last night. That would be on page 37 of your supplemental packet, and I'll put it up on the screen, but it might be a little hard to read. So where we're at in the legislative process right now, we're right around the halfway point through the legislative session. And we've had an important deadline pass on April 9th. That was their deadline to pass bills out of the committee in the first house. And it was uncertain if they would maintain that deadline because they suspended other deadlines, like for bill introduction. And I frankly expected them to suspend all their deadlines. Thankfully, they did not. So we had a number of bills that died because they weren't passed out of the first committee on the 9th.
Mr. Cates,
Yes, sir.
we were just informed that we may have lost audio on Zoom. Natalie, do you see it?
Natalie Wood for the record. I just checked with SOSU and they are good on their end, but the clerk's office is saying they cannot hear us through Zoom, which I assume anybody participating through Zoom cannot hear us either. Do you want to take a quick technical break?
We can do that. Let's take a 10-minute break. It's now, what time is it? 10 o'clock. We'll be back here at 10:10. Thank you. Oh, 11 o'clock.
Test, test. Can you hear us on clerk's end through Zoom world?
I can hear it on my phone.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Perfect. Thank you.
For the record, there were a couple of items that we need to mention, that in the agenda, items 1 and 2 were pulled for further, a later date. And item number 2, in regard to the water bond, apparently Zoom dropped off, or we didn't get the audio. And the basic presentation given by the DA's office is that it's a $16 million revolving line of credit with the state. Very favorable interest rates, no underwriting fees, and no legal fees, like a typical bond would have. And we don't have to take the full 16 million all at once. We're taking it as needed. So that was item number 2. Now, moving on, we'll continue with Mr. Cates and the legislative information. Mr. You got to read that in the record again. The legislative? Yeah. Item 8. Okay. This agenda is getting moved around a lot. Okay, item 8, for possible discussion, direction to staff regarding legislation or legislative issues proposed by the legislator and or other entities permitted to submit bills, drafts, requests that may impact Douglas County. The board may take action to support or oppose any legislative item included in the Douglas County bill tracker. Report included with the board packet. Mr. Cates, you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just start from the beginning. In terms of where we're at in the legislative session, we're about halfway through the session, a little over halfway at this point. Originally, the legislature had suspended their first deadline, which was the deadline for introduction of bills. And I know there was quite a bit of concern that they would suspend other deadlines as well. But they did not, which is good news for us. So April 9th was the deadline for bills to be passed by the committee in the first house that they were introduced in. Several bills that we were tracking did die, and I'll go through those in a minute. And the next big deadline that's coming up is April 20th, which is next Tuesday, the deadline to get bills passed out of the first house. So we may see other bills die as well that we've been watching. And what does it mean when a bill dies? Well, they have their standard rules for the legislative session, and if you miss those deadlines, the bill dies. But I would just say that legislative leadership has discretion on this. They will often exempt bills from deadlines. They can suspend their rules. They often exempt bills that have fiscal impact. And sometimes it can be a little bit arbitrary depending on what leadership wants to get done. I've also seen them do things like take a piece of legislation that is still active, strip all the language out, and insert the language of a bill that previously died because they decided they want to push it through. So just because something's on the dead bill list doesn't mean it's dead. Nothing's dead until the session's over, but we're making progress. Now I'm going to go through the legislative tracker report. I'll share that on my screen for people looking at this you want to be looking at the supplemental package. We updated a more current report yesterday. That is on page 37 of your supplemental package. And I'll go ahead and share my screen and just walk through where we're at with the bills we've been tracking for the board. Let's see here. Screen. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to actually start by going over the dead bills that we've been tracking. So I'm going to page 2 of the report. And I'll just run through these. The first bill on the list that died because it wasn't passed out of committee was AB 5. That was a water bill we've talked about that related to judicial review of orders and decisions by the state engineer. That was heard but was not passed out of committee. AB 93 deals with emergency management. This is a bill that would limit the governor's ability to declare a state of emergency to 15 days only. and then it would require the legislature to extend that. That never got a hearing, and it died. AB 354, that was a water bill. It authorized the creation of water banks. That is a concept out of Oregon, as I understand it. That was a governor's bill. I don't think they expected that to go anywhere. They were trying to introduce the concept. It did have a hearing, but it died as well. SB 10 and SB 64 both deal with property tax abatements. SB 10 was supported by the Nevada Association of Counties. SB 64 was supported by the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities. SB 10 did get a hearing, but it did not pass out of committee. SB 64 didn't even get a hearing. SB 88 is similar to AB 93. It limits the governor's declaration of disaster to 30 days unless the legislature extends it. That bill received no hearing and died. SB 322, that relates to short-term rentals. That is a bill that the board, we previously discussed, and the board took a position of opposed. It did not receive a hearing, and it died. And I think I have one more bill. Oh yes, this is a joint resolution regarding water. It proposed an amendment to the Nevada Constitution to provide that the Nevada Court of Appeals has original jurisdiction over certain cases related to water. I don't know much about that one. It never got a hearing, and it died as well. And now I will move back up to page 1 and talk about the bills that we've been tracking that are still in play. Okay, first item on the list is the China Spring budget cuts proposed by the governor. So that had a workshop on the 6th. Now this is in the Joint Money Committees. It's a subcommittee of Senate Finance and Assembly Ways and Means. They meet together. And one of the things that's peculiar when you have those Joint Money Committee meetings is it has to pass by a majority in both houses. So a majority of the senators, a majority of the assemblymen have to vote for it to be approved. So what happened in the committee was kind of interesting. The Assembly voted to accept the governor's reductions. The Senate did not. They actually had a split vote. They were short one senator. And the Democrats voted to accept the governor's cut, and the Republicans voted to reject the cut. They were at an impasse. The Democrats changed their votes to oppose the cut. So you've got the Senate opposing the cut and the Assembly side supporting it. So this is a subcommittee. It will go back to the main money committee, and they'll have to make a decision there. I'm not sure exactly when that's going to happen, but I imagine it'll be in the next few weeks. We are continuing to have some conversations and trying to work with legislators on what their expectations are. We did give them a whole host of scenarios of what reductions would mean at different levels and how it would impact the camp. Most of them affect the number of beds that the camp has. And we're continuing to have discussion with the other counties, the 16 counties that are served by China Spring about their willingness and ability to contribute more funding if the state does implement this cut. So still working on it, not the way we wanted to see it come out of committee, but at least they weren't all approving of the reduction, so still some work to do there. Next item is the bill draft request for innovation zones. There's been no movement on that, no introduction of that language. The language we saw before was not introduced. It was just a draft that was being circulated publicly. So I don't know what's going to happen with that bill. It does not seem to be very well received by legislators, so I'm not sure if it's going to get an introduction or not. The governor supports the bill, so if I was a betting man, it probably will get an introduction, probably late in session. And I have no idea what that language is going to look like. Hopefully it looks a lot different than the drafts that we had seen. Next bill on the list is AB 1. That's the bill that was a NACO-supported bill that regards training for new legislators on local government. That passed. It passed the Assembly unanimously, so now it's heading over to the Senate. AB 6 is a water bill that revises provisions governing the application of temporary change related to the appropriation of water. Basically makes it so that the state engineer, the holding of hearings for a temporary change is it's discretionary of whether the state engineer would hold a public hearing. And it was amended to allow a public protest procedure where if the public felt there should be a hearing, and that was passed out of committee. Hasn't passed the assembly yet, but it's gone through the committee. Next bill on the list is AB 90. This was a bill that the board opposed. This requires counties to pay impact fees to other jurisdictions like neighboring counties for developments that may have impact on those other counties. This bill was pretty universally opposed by local governments. It was amended. It's been amended to an interim study, and it's really just focused on Story County and Washoe County, and I can't remember, I think maybe Lyon County, but just it really is focused on the Tahoe-Reno Industrial Park and doesn't have any impact on Douglas County. I wanted to pause there and see if there was a desire on the board because of that change to change their position from opposed to neutral.
This commissioner will continue opposition. Other commissioners, what do you have to say?
Walt Noah said, yes, I agree.
I agree, Mr. Chair. I would continue to oppose this.
Commissioner Rice?
I think that we should continue to oppose it. As much as we love Lyon County, if they decide to do something, I don't want to have to be paying for it. Thank you very much.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you. Going back to, we had a public comment earlier regarding AB 286, and I think it's important for us to re-articulate that we oppose that bill and strongly oppose that bill. So.
Yeah, I'll get to that bill in just a moment.
Mr. Cates, you want to reiterate what that bill is?
If I could just continue through the list, I'll get to that bill in just a moment. The only other thing I would add about AB 90, since that's going to be an interim study, I do know that Story County is allocating like $100,000 to do an impact study on their own. And in their view, they hope that puts that issue to rest going forward. Next bill on the list is AB 97. That revises provisions governing toxic chemicals. It had a lot of requirements for the State Environmental Commission to establish standards. This is for a couple of chemicals that I can't pronounce, but they're very common in manufacturing. They can be found in fire retardants and clothing and a whole host of things. And this is really kind of being driven from a federal level. So it was amended. It had a work session on the 5th of this month, and it was amended to require NDEP to form a working group to study those two chemicals. So that seems to be pretty innocuous to the county. Next bill on the list is AB 146. It relates to water. It deals with, it calls for the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources to create a program to deal with water pollution resulting from diffuse sources. And diffuse sources means like if there's runoff from agricultural fields or that sort of thing. It also was amended. It removed most of the requirements. It looks like it's going to turn into a study. There was a large fiscal note that Conservation and Natural Resources put on the original bill, and I think with the amendments that were done, that doesn't require them to do anything, it just requires them to study the issue. I think they removed their opposition to that bill. Next bill is AB 253. We talked about this in the last meeting. It deals with the open meeting law. It makes, I think, what are some good changes to the open meeting law. It does make permanent the use of technology like Zoom. It's an option, it's not a requirement, but it establishes rules for that. Seems to be a pretty good bill. It was workshopped on the 8th and amended and passed out of the committee. AB 270, Economic Vitality, that is a bill we discussed at the last meeting as well. That was pertaining to the Nevada State Prison and the Stewart Indian School, just giving them some more tools to develop them as tourist attractions. This board supported that, and it was workshopped on the 6th. They made some minor changes related to the authority of the museum director at the Stewart Indian School. And that passed out of committee. Next bill, AB 286, the firearms bill, deals with ghost guns and a series of things. The board took a position of opposed to that in the last session, or in our last meeting, excuse me. It did have a workshop on the 9th. It was amended and it did pass out of committee. And the amendments were, I would describe as a trivial in nature. It really didn't change the bill very much. And I'll pause there in case the board wants to have any further discussion on that bill.
Mr. Chairman, it would seem to me that we've already opposed this. I don't know, with the situation being what it is in the legislature, I don't know of anything that we can do that'll have any more teeth than to state our strong objection to this bill. And unless you have some suggestions of somewhere else that we can go, but I think that opposing it, and I've already talked to the legislators that I trust and who are also opposed to this bill, and I'm not sure which way it's going to go with the climate being what it is.
Any other comments from commissioners? This commissioner would concur with Commissioner Rice. How do you feel, Commissioner Gardner?
I don't think I don't think there's any question about where I stand on this, is there? I am chairman of the Carson Valley Friends of the NRA, so I strongly oppose this bill as an infringement on our Second Amendment rights. And it may be time to bring back forth through this board. I know a previous board passed a resolution indicating that Douglas County was a Second Amendment sanctuary county, and it may be time for us to reiterate that resolution. Thank you.
Commissioner Noasad?
I remain unchanged.
Mr. Cates? I think you got your direction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next bill on the list is AB, I'm on page 2 now, AB 356. That's another water bill. This one, sorry, I just lost my place here. I can't see that. There's this little thing in the way. Yeah, so this was a governor's bill. This came from Conservation Natural Resources. It sets requirements for a program to conserve water. This bill really got changed in work session. They had a work session on the 9th. You know, it was trying to create a program where ranchers or farmers could conserve water, and that water could be converted for industrial or residential use. That language didn't go anywhere. All that language was stripped out of the bill, and it is now focused solely on the Southern Nevada Water Authority and deals with turf in Southern Nevada. So it doesn't impact us at all, but it's still out there. The next bill on the list is AB 363. This is the other bill that dealt with vacation home rentals or transient lodging. This bill has not had a hearing. It should have died, but the leadership declared it exempt. So it's still alive, and it has not had a hearing. I have provided a letter through NACO. We've provided comment on this bill. We've said that it is too specific, that it contradicts our own regulations that we're currently working on for Douglas County, and that the state should not set a standard requirement for VHRs. It has a lot of specifics in it. I had requested that counties under 100,000 be exempt from that bill. But again, it hasn't had a hearing, but we will provide formal testimony about that. The board has previously opposed this bill. Next bill on the list is SB 98. That was the bill concerning Story County receiving 2 seats on the Carson Water Subconservancy District. Excuse me. That has gone all through the Senate. It was passed unanimously by the Senate back in March, and the board supported that bill as well. Next bill is a new one on the commissioner's list. We did have this under staff list. Commissioner Gardner asked that we bring this bill forward for this board to talk about it. It makes changes to the provisions related to housing. It basically sets forth requirements for tiny houses and a tiny house park. The sponsor of this bill is from Southern Nevada and is interested in tiny houses, and basically this bill would mandate that every county have something that allows tiny houses. The original bill was concerning, we provided input through NACO and our lobbyists, and there was an amendment to that bill. It does still impact rurals. So if it's a county under $100,000, 100,000 residents, excuse me, that the county would have to allow tiny houses or a tiny house community, if you will, a park, within one zone somewhere in the county. So it's better than it was. I know that a lot of rural counties are concerned about this bill. I didn't see a lot of formal opposition and testimony given to that effect, but I know in working with NACO, a lot of rurals are concerned about the state mandating tiny houses. So with that, I'll turn it back to the board for discussion.
Any comment from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
This is something that's being grappled with the TRPA. And the state of California, bless them, came out with a requirement that what they call EDUs be mandated on certain properties, which is directly in opposition to what the TRPA rules are regarding coverage up at Lake Tahoe. So they are grappling with this, trying to stay within the California law. But this is something that's been proposed by California, and for some reason unbeknownst to me or not understood by me, our legislatures want to go along with the California provisions. He said sarcastically. Anyway, this is something that I fear that will not go away unless we oppose it strongly. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to be forced to put a secondary housing unit on the back of my property so that somebody can live there, whether I want them there or not. So I'm firmly against this bill. Thank you.
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Rice. I'm unfamiliar with that term EDU. Can you?
Extra dwelling unit. Tiny houses built on property that you can throw it into the back corner somewhere and call it a house.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cates, this bill, as I understand it, also would require, if we did do this, or if we were required to do this, that, as I understand it, one of the amendments, or maybe it was in the bill originally, would require that this be in an area that has community services such as water and community water and sewer. Is that correct?
For the record, Patrick Cates, that is correct. There is language in there about needing adequate services. This computer just disconnected, but I could pull up the actual language, but that is correct. It does have provisions of that. And it envisions either an accessory dwelling in a house that would have to be connected to services, or a park, like a trailer park thing. And it was very specific that you couldn't have separate wells and septics. You had to have proper services.
And that's how I understand it, is that it could not use an existing septic system. It has to have its own hookup to sewer systems. Is that right?
For the record, Patrick Cates, I believe that is correct.
Anyways, I still continue to strongly oppose this. So,
Commissioner Nosad?
Sir?
Or endorse this?
Well, I oppose it.
Okay. You have your direction, Mr. Cates, unanimous opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize, this computer just went on the fritz, but that concludes my report. It's not able to connect. And Mr. Chairman, I think those were all the items we were going to try to cover this morning. So I don't know if you'd like to take an early break for lunch and resume at 1 for the VHR item, or whatever your pleasure, sir.
That sounds appropriate, because if we get into any of these others, they're going to go well past the lunch hour. It is now 11:40. Let's take an hour for lunch.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Due to the flight schedule for Commissioner Tarkanian, I would think that it would be better to come back about 1:30, so that it'll give him time to get here from the airport.
That's a long lunch break.
Yeah.
Now, we've got a lot of people who are waiting to make public comment. And tell you what, let's try to get back here at about, say 1 o'clock. Does that meet with everybody's schedule?
So, Mr. Chair?
Yes. Commissioner Gardner?
Yes. We're still gonna have the presentation by the BLM. Is that correct, Mr. Cates? That's been withdrawn?
Yeah, the two presentations will be brought back into a future meeting.
Okay. Well, I somewhat concur with Mr. Rice that it's important that all, these two big subjects are coming up. I think it's important that all of us be here. So, anyways, I would feel that I would be more comfortable in waiting until Mr. Tarkanian is in session as well. But that's up to the chair. He sets the agenda and the calendar. So thank you.
Let's all be back here at 1 o'clock, and maybe we can find out Mr. Tarkanian's status at that time, and we may have to wait a few minutes, but let's all get back in chambers at 1 o'clock. Thank you. We have 4 commissioners back. We're going to commence. It is 1 minute past the hour, so we'll go ahead and start. This would be item 3 in the lineup. We didn't change this one. For possible action, discussion regarding a regulatory framework for the vacation home rental VHR program, including direction on proposed amendments to the VHR ordinance. Jennifer Davidson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. This is Jennifer Davidson, Assistant County Manager. With me here today is Tom Dallaire, the Director of Community Development. We are presenting to you today in continuation of the discussion from the meeting on April 1st, in which we provided to the board a draft of a vacation home rental ordinance, which was inclusive, for the most part, of the recommendations that the board had approved. In addition, staff had submitted some additional recommendations. A couple of housekeeping items before we get started. I have provided to you copies at each of your chairs of what I am about to put on the screen. For those members in the audience today, a copy of what I have submitted to you is available over on the table over here. For those following along at home, I will give you the packet page number reference so that you're able to see what the board is looking at. I provided this copy to you, printed version, because I thought it might be a little bit easier for you to follow along with the changes that I am able to make real time on the screen so we can get through this. And also, I had a request from Commissioner Noestad to provide you with a detail of what is new language and what was language from the previous ordinance. So there is some color coding going on in this document. It is no substantive changes from what appears in your packet. Just 2 different colors are being used. So now, Commissioner Noestad, the text that appears in black in the document that you're holding within your hand, sir, is language that was brought forward from the old ordinance. It's existing language if it appears in black. If it's in blue, that is new language that has been proposed or drafted by staff. With that, I'm ready, sir, to dive in. I do want to take a moment to commend the commission for your leadership in this matter. We have some work ahead of us still on this, and I would like to get as far as possible as we can today. If there are sections of the ordinance that you want to discuss, now is the time. We can certainly work through that with you on the record, and we can hopefully bring forward a draft ordinance at a future board meeting as a result of our work today. So, with that in mind, I am going to put up on the screen, give me just a moment, I'm going to share my screen. And, oh, there it goes. And hold on, let me see if I can't zoom in to make this a little bit easier for everyone to see.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner?
Yeah, I just have a real quick question, Ms. Davidson. In fact, the question was raised this morning in a Visitors Authority meeting. Even though this is a draft of the ordinance, this is not considered the first reading of that ordinance. Is that correct?
That is correct. Okay, for those following along at home, I know we do have members of the public who are very interested in this matter, and I just will clarify that we anticipate that we will need 2 more meetings, one, an introduction of this ordinance, and then a second reading, potential final adoption before these changes were made. So, okay, all right, so let me zoom in. Let me see if I can zoom in. Natalie, do you mind?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I have just one additional question. So we're going to be able to go through this document line item by line item. Is that correct, Ms. Davidson?
It is not my intent to go line item by line item. However, I will go page by page and pause, and I do have some things on each page that I'm intending to bring to your attention that are staff recommendations that were potential modifications of what the board had previously approved, but I will give the commission an opportunity on each page to bring anything to my attention that you wish to discuss further.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your patience with me as I learn a little bit of technology. So for those following along at home, we are on packet page 437, which is the first page of the proposed ordinance. The text highlighted in blue, as I mentioned, for your information, is new language that did not appear in the previous ordinance. On this first page, I do not have anything that I wish to bring to the Commission's attention. At this time, I would ask the Commission if you had anything on this first page that you wish to discuss. Seeing none, Mr. Chairman, I will move on to page 2. For those following along at home, we are on packet page 438. On the second page of the proposed ordinance, again, the new language is in blue on the screen and also in the document that you have before you as members of the Commission. I have nothing specifically to bring to your attention on this page. I'm happy to answer any questions or take direction from you. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move on.
No.
I'm sorry?
Wait a minute. I was waiting for recognition by the chair. Don't. I think he controls this.
Commissioner Gardner.
Mr. Chair? Thank you. On page 438, item E, the last sentence there, TRPA has asked Douglas County to adopt the Lake Tahoe Vacation Home Rental Ordinance and administer the provisions of this chapter. That is a document that we have not seen, so I have I do not wish that item to be in this document because I don't know why we would be asked to adopt their ordinance. So I'm asking that line, the last line of section E, be struck from this document. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Nosad.
I believe it's a key word there. The TRP has asked. We can say no.
Why would we just not strike that complete sentence?
If I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County DA's office. This language, Commissioner Gardner, is in black, and it was from the original ordinance that the board approved adopting the VHRs in the first instance. So that board made the finding that the TRPA had asked the county to adopt it. That's why that language is present.
Mr. Taylor, are you suggesting that we don't have the ability to edit and delete any of these lines that are not in blue or black or red?
No, sir, I am not making that statement. You have the ability to modify this as you see fit. I was just pointing out the origin of the original language.
Mr. Chair, I would like to point out to the board that the TRPA is the authority at Lake Tahoe. Our laws must conform with their requirements by the bi-state compact. We have no ability to overrule the TRPA rules, whether we like it or not, as far as I'm concerned. And Council, if you would tell me if I'm all wet, which I hope I am, but.
Specific TRPA rules, you're correct, Commissioner Rice, but with respect to this particular sentence, I think it can be modified and eliminated without causing any interference with TRPA regulations or policies.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Nosad.
This is toward the representative of the DA's office. TRPA, Tahoe Regional something or other, was an agreement between the state of California and Douglas County?
No, actually, it's states. So
Nevada and California agreed
Yes.
to this? Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Just a moment, Ms. Davidson. We're probably going to encounter several of these throughout the discussion. And Mr. Taylor, what do you feel would be the appropriate manner to approve or accept any of these discrepancies?
The way we did it is, and is what I would recommend you doing with this particular document, when we did during the course of the master plan, vote on each individual item that is like a bone of contention. In other words, Commissioner Gardner could make a motion to remove that last sentence from item E, and then somebody would second it, and then you just vote on that specific item. It's the easiest way, I think.
So we'll go item by item. Mr. Gardner, you have the floor.
I will so move that we remove the last sentence of item E. TRPA has asked Douglas County to adopt the Lake Tahoe Vacation Home Rental Ordinance and administer the provisions of this chapter.
Is there a second? Seeing no second, we'll move on to the next item.
Mr. Chairman, just as a point of clarification, do you wish me to proceed to the next page? I didn't know if there were any other questions on this page.
Yes, that would be the case. Go ahead.
Okay, for those following along at home, we are on packet page 439, the third page of the handout that I have displayed on the screen. I wanted to bring to the Commissioner's attention item 3 on this page. The definition of owner has been changed by staff. We are seeking some direction on this definition. Specifically, it is the recommendation of staff that owner be defined to mean the person or entity that holds legal or equitable title to the private property. Owner does not include a limited liability company, corporation, partnership, or similar commercial arrangement. At this point, I would turn it over to the Commission for direction.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Since I just walked in, this was an issue that I think all of us have gotten a lot of emails on, and I think the intended purpose is really a valid purpose and something that we want to see, that only the individual homeowners are the ones that are involved in this process. But there are a number of VHR permits that are already in existence that are in LLCs. I think it would be an undue burdensome to force those individuals to change the ownership to keep the VHR permit. So I'd like to see some exception for VHR permits that are already granted to an LLC and still excluding future ones.
Is there any discussion?
If that's a
Commissioner Rice?
motion, I'll second it.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if I should make a motion right away, but if Commissioner Rice would like me to, I'd like to make a motion to exclude current VHR permittees that are held in an LLC.
We have a motion by Commissioner Tarkanian and a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying
Mr.
aye.
Chair,
Aye.
before you go to the vote, I have a comment there.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Gardner?
Yes. Mr. Taylor, wouldn't this already be included as grandfathered in rather than having to put specific language in that regard? Because I think anybody that currently has a VHR permit would not have to forfeit their permit based on this going forward. Am I mistaken?
Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County DAs. I think as a practical matter, Commissioner Gardner, you're correct. However, I do support Commissioner Tarkanian's desire to insert that language because I think it'll make it easier for staff to discern what they're supposed to do relative to corporations as to existing LLCs. So I don't think it would be harmful. I think it would be beneficial.
I'm good with that. I just wanted to get a legal opinion on that, so thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Nosad?
in rereading this, it says owner does not include a limited liability company, corporation, partnership, or similar commercial arrangement. If we make an exception on the LLC, we should also make an exception on the others. In fairness.
Okay.
I don't have a problem in amending my motion that way. All the emails that I've received have dealt with limited liability companies, and those are usually the entities that a family would put their home in, as opposed to a corporation, which is more for a business type purposes. I'm not sure if a corporation currently has it, if it's being operated from a professional business, then I think you have a problem with that. But I'm open to any of it. I just think we should protect the people that have it with the LLCs. So whatever the rest of the board wants to do, I just felt that I had probably a dozen emails from people that had said that they had put it in there, and the reason they put it in there is a valid reason, and I thought they should be protected.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner?
We talked to these folks up there, and we will get adamant dispute with the fact that these are commercial properties. Yet, if they're operated and owned by a commercial enterprise, then it is in fact a commercial property. So that's where I question but this by putting commercial in this, then we're allowing commercial enterprise in residential zones. Am I mistaken on that?
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment? We're agreeing with this language. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Commissioner Tarkanian?
We're agreeing with this language. We're talking about, though, with the people that have already have it in there and not forcing them to change their ownership. And a lot of families, I know mine does, anytime we have an asset of ours, even we put it in an entity that's protected, whether it's a trust or an LLC.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner?
I understand the nuance there, and I agree with where you're going here, Mr. Tarkanian, because I got a copy of the same emails I'm sure you did, and I'm not trying to exclude LLCs where it's a family trust and they did this through the advice of their counsel and for tax purposes and things of that nature. I'm just concerned about, I liked the language that you added. I like the language you added and not excluding those, but I also like keeping the rest of it in, does not include corporations, partnerships, or similar commercial arrangement. That's what I'm concerned about there.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Nosad?
Earlier in addressing this, we mentioned the word godfathered in or grandfathered in. Would that mean that if a corporation has 5 VHRs and expiration times comes that they automatically are included in the group to be able to draw a permit?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Tarkanian?
One of the motions I'm going to make later on is that we limit the VHRs to 1 permit to one person. So I think that would exclude the concern that you have, or solve the concern you have.
Except right now, these permits can be renewed automatically.
Mr. Chairman? My understanding, Jennifer, is when they renew it, they have to fall under these guidelines. Is that correct? And that's actually why I made the motion to exclude the LLCs that are currently there, because I figured that any renewal, you'd have to follow all these new guidelines. Well, maybe I asked the council.
Well, we have a situation here where existing permit holders may have set it up with the LLC. And the way we're doing this from the outset is that any existing VHR permit holder would continue with that VHR and that permit as is. So we may have to come back and change this language a little bit, and it would require a review for any new permit holder. But an existing permit holder under an LLC would continue without any change. Does that work?
If I may, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it just, quite frankly, I mean, the motion was not clear in my mind that it would limit any renewal to, like, for example, an existing LLC, that they would be required to change their status to like a family trust or something else for tax purposes in the event they wanted to renew automatically. Was that your intention, Commissioner Tarkanian? Maybe I missed it.
No, my intention was not to have them do that. See, if they already have it, and you don't, and every renewal doesn't require you to follow the new ordinance, well, then my motion's not important. But if, and I think this is talking with Jennifer, that once you renew, all these new rules apply. I mean, what if somebody has a VHR with 14 bedrooms? And they renew it, are they going to continue to be able to, 14 occupants, they continue to do that? I don't think that was the intent of the board here. These new ordinances change everything for whoever renews or gets a new permit. And if that's the case, then I wanted to make an exception for the LLC homeowners so they don't have to change the entity and create a financial burden for them.
Yeah, and I think the application would be something that staff would need to answer in terms of how they're going to apply that.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Nosad?
Yeah, the LLCs are not only for a substitute for family plans or family legal documents. It's meant as a personal thing for these people. So if someone comes up with an LLC that is a person or a corporation or a company, then I think they should be excluded. If the LLC pertains to a personal level, family, then we should allow it for renewal. That's my take.
Mr. Chairman?
Tarkanian?
A question for legal counsel. So how are you going to determine are you going to determine that the LLC has to be for just a family, and if it's a family, is it the immediate family, is it the extended family? Most LLCs are more than one individual. Just from my legal background.
Sam Taylor again on behalf of Douglas County DAs. The intent of this language was to prohibit corporations like, say, for example, I'm going to use their name, Marriott, who rents out units, and basically from buying up units and then renting out as a business activity. It was my understanding from the board, and what I heard from the board previously in previous meetings was the entire intent of this program was to allow an individual homeowner and their family to be able to rent out their individual house to somebody when they're not occupying it, during the course of the year. That was my understanding of the program, and that was what I heard from the board in terms of their intent. It sounds to me like the intent still is there, that you want to keep that in place. So the question then becomes, how do you write language to make sure that an LLC for a family can continue to have the rights to renew, but not a corporation who's engaging in this type of activity using an LLC for commercial purposes. And I think that would be up to staff to figure out how to do that, but you could give instructions via this language change or the motion, maybe beef it up a little bit to make it clear that that is your intent.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Tarkanian?
Okay, this is my intent. I would like to add language here after it says does not include limited liability companies, corporations, partnership, or similar commercial activities, with the exception of permits that are already issued. Is that clear enough or not? Okay. That covers Commissioner Noasad's request to put other entities in there, and it limits just the people that are renewing.
And I will second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, if the
Mr. Noasad?
if the person who Commissioner Tarkanian, could you re-say what you said and what the implication is?
Commissioner Norris said, you can change my language. I'm not the most articulate individual, I know that. My intent is that if somebody has a VHR permit already, and it's held in a home that's in an LLC, that they can keep that when they renew it, and they don't lose it or they don't have to change ownership and incur the financial problems of doing that. So word it however you like, that's my intent.
I agree with you. Thank you.
So basically, we have a motion on the floor with a second. I think you voted, sir. No, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0.
So, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Gardner?
So my basic question is here, as we go through this whole process, okay, and we design new specifications, new rules, new requirements, anybody that currently has a VHR permit, and as long as they maintain that permit and do not change, obviously, the permit expires when somebody sells their property. It can't be transferred to a new owner. So, but as long as a current entity that is in possession of a VHR permit, regardless of what we change in this code, they will continue to operate under their code or their permit in a legal manner as long as they never let that permit expire. Is that for perpetuity? Is that right, Mr. Taylor?
Sam Taylor again on behalf of Douglas County DAs. That was my understanding, yes, but that's why I was asking maybe staff could chime in on this because they're the ones who administer the program, so they would be the ones who determine whether or not that would be the case.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Noasad?
The intent was to eliminate corporate ownership. that would mean that we would have to drop off corporation, partnership, or similar commercial arrangement. And just simply add, include only the the exception for LLCs.
That was my motion originally, and you wanted to change.
I didn't want to change it.
Maybe we should take this item and pull it for further review. And we have a pretty good idea now, the direction that we want to go. So can we do that? Because this is going to be reviewed again.
Mr. Chair, if I may, you just voted on the motion to change the language, which I think effectuates and accommodates the intent of Commissioner Nowosad as well as Tarkanian. So from my perspective, I think it's settled, unless there's something else that I'm missing, maybe.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Nowosad?
Sir, for the DA office, has the phrase corporations excluded been included anywhere in this document?
I'm sorry, can you say that again, please?
Are corporations excluded, the term, corporations excluded from holding permits for a VHR? Is that included anywhere in this document?
Just in item 3 that we just went through.
Commissioner Nowosad, can I ask you a question, and maybe we'll get this and move on?
Go ahead.
Do you want, okay, my exception was for the LLCs that have home ownership. My understanding was you wanted to exclude the corporations and partnerships to make them all equal. If you don't, I'll make a new motion and just include LLCs, and we can move on from there if that's what you want. I'll do whichever way you want.
If we just simply drop corporations, partnership, or similar commercial arrangement, not include those in there, then I'll go along with that. I think that's what you tried to say in the first place. But given to your...
Mr. Chairman, can I make a new motion?
This would be a motion to reconsider, if I may.
It'd be a motion to reconsider. And are we all clear on this? Is legal clear?
I think I'm clear on what the intent is. I think I'm clear what the intent is, sir.
Well, we're all clear with the intent. We want to provide an opportunity for LLCs and exclude large corporations. Is that understanding correct?
Yes, and I think Commissioner Tarkanian's original motion was clear on that point, that it would just continue for existing LLCs only, and you wouldn't allow LLCs in the future. No.
Mr.
Well, I'm not the one he just approved. I was talking about his first motion. Sorry. The first motion was the one where he was excluding LLCs and allowing LLCs to continue if you have an existing LLC. Correct, Commissioner Tarkanian? Yeah, so that was my understanding as well.
Mr. Cates?
No, that's what was approved. It's different.
So
Let
me take a stab at this. So in response to Commissioner Noasad's comments, I don't think you'd want to remove corporations, partnerships, or similar arrangement from the current language. That's what excludes them from ownership, so you'd want to retain that. I think, given if I understand the intent, the motion that was just approved was to add to the end of that sentence, with the exceptions of permits that have already been issued, period. If your intent is to only apply that to LLCs, you need to do a motion to add on to that already issued to LLCs. And I think that gets you there.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, my intent was to make sure that the corporations that have existing permits don't come up for renewal. Period.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cates was so articulate. So what do we have to do? Make a motion to reconsider first and get that approved and then make a new motion? Is that how it works?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, I'll make a motion to reconsider.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
No,
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, you must ask for discussion before you go to the motion, please.
Okay, let's back up and punt. Is there any discussion?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I just like a little hesitation there before, so we can absorb it first. And quite honestly, I'm Mr. Tarkanian, I'm comfortable with the language that's up there, and I agree with what Mr. Cates is saying, is if we strike those other, I'm not trying to exclude anybody that currently has a VHR. I don't think that would be correct for us to do. If they have an existing VHR, then then as long as they renew it and they maintain and they stay within our, the code that was previously established for them when they got their permit, then I'm comfortable with that. And I'm comfortable with what Mr. Tarkanian has said here, and that's why I voted for that originally. So that's kind of the language that I would like to keep in there. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
If we go back to what we read initially, and I think Jennifer had it pretty close, but it still would allow. Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, I am plugged in, okay. If we start with item 3, second sentence, owners does not include, leave off limited liability, don't even talk about it. Corporation, partnership, or similar arrangement. It said owner does not include. Okay?
The intent of my motion was to exclude LLCs that come in now so that they stay in individuals' names or in the trust names. In fact, one of the reasons was because of our 101 we had, and a good point that was made during that time period. My motion was just to exclude the ones that are already in LLCs.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
One thing I would like for us to keep in mind is that the original intent was not to punish those that are being responsible renters. The intent to begin with was to give relief to the people who live at the lake who have been subjected to unreasonable activities and behaviors due to people who, or corporations, whomever, rents out the property without taking the proper precautions to make sure that the neighborhood is not offended. I personally think that if someone has an existing VHR permit, regardless of what they are, if they are being responsible, I don't think that we need to punish them by not allowing them to renew their permit. I think that what we are trying to do is safeguard our neighborhoods from being overrun by people who come up here with no consideration for the lake or the people that live here. That's my thoughts on this. I don't want to see anybody punished just because they happen to have 2 or 3 units if they are behaving themselves and making sure that the neighborhoods are not overrun by idiots.
Mr. Chairman, it appears that at least 2 of the commissioners like the language there now. I'm fine with the language there now, so I'll withdraw my motion to reconsider, and we can move on if somebody else has a reconsideration.
Any comments?
I think excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner?
Yeah. While I believe you have the right to withdraw your motion, I think the person who seconded it would also have to release his second, or we would have to vote on it, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
Okay. So if that's proper procedure, yes, I'll relinquish the second.
So this paragraph remains as is? Oh, okay, they've been any language. Moving on. Jennifer Davidson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may, I do want to get to the crux of some questions that haven't been directly posed to staff yet about grandfathering in, and I want to make sure how staff would read the ordinance as written, because I do think we need some direction from the commission on whether or not you want these rules to apply to existing permits. So the way the ordinance is written today, how staff would apply this is at the time of the renewal, we would implement the new requirements. That would include the new tier structure, whether or not they're an LLC or a corporation. Anything that's a rule in this that you would pass would be applied at the time the permit was up for renewal. If that is not the intent or desire of the board, and the board wishes to discuss or direct us to grandfather in existing permits, we need that direction from you.
Mr. Chairman, this is a real, is it okay? I'm sorry. This is a real simple answer to that. We've already got almost the cap of the permits already issued. If you don't require the renewals to have these rules apply to them, then these rules aren't going to apply to hardly any of them. I mean, this is a no-brainer. You got to have the new rules apply to the permit, the renewals.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Nosad?
My take on grandfathering in means exactly what it means, is that you have a permit now and you get to get it later. I think there should be a termination time or some sort of advance notice that the holder of the permit must come in and justify that he can get another permit. No automatic, nothing. In other words, we see XYZ come up for a new thing, and we look at, we should look at some other stuff, but just they have satisfied the previous requirements, and now you just automatically renew it. I don't go along with that. It'd be like you not going down to the DMV and not step in front of the eyeglass thing.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Tarkanian?
If you don't give the current permittees the right to renewal, everybody in the waiting line is going to be applied next, and the current permit holders who may be and hopefully are applying all the rules and being good stewards of this are then going to lose out and have to start at the back of the line again. I just don't think that works.
If I may, we're getting off into another category.
Well, I think we need some definition here. One of the things that Commissioner Tarkanian brought up was right. You don't have a right to hold a permit. That's delineated in this document. There should be other things that you should look at too. Let's suppose we have a offender type arrangement where there's a lot of complaints placed against that person, or that person wants to get a permit. If there's a constant source of irritation to the family or the neighborhood, then I would suggest that be considered in great amount.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you. Yeah, I can see where this creates a real conundrum for us, because I have to respect some of the, what Mr. Tarkanian is saying as well. And in retrospect, when you think about it, if we're going to require, I'm going to just use a little example here, is if we're going to put into an ordinance that that the VHR owner must have trash removal, pickup, and must have bear boxes, then if we go down the road where everybody's grandfathered in on the existing rules that don't include that, then we won't be able to do that. So I really appreciate Ms. Davidson bringing this conundrum forward in regards to definition of what is grandfathered in and what is not grandfathered in. So in retrospect, I would have to say that I would have to agree with my fellow commissioners that when you do reapply for, I mean, we want people to do trash pickup where applicable and bear boxes where applicable. But if we grandfathered them without that, then that would not be appropriate either. So yeah, I guess you're right. We would have to expect them to respect the new ordinance as it is when they reapply for continuance of their permit. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Case?
I don't know if this will add anything, but my interpretation of this is that any renewal of a permit would have to comply with all these rules unless you gave an explicit exception like you just did for the form of ownership. If you don't do it anywhere else, they have to comply with everything.
So if that were the case and there were an exemption, all current holders of VHRs would be exempt from all these rules, right, at this juncture. So why are we reading
Mr.
these?
Chair? So,
Any further comment?
So do we, so my question is, I think Ms. Davidson was asking for direction from us in that regard. So is that something we need to have a motion on, or so just for clarification, so we all understand and we actually take a position on the fact that existing existing permit holders would be exempt until their permit is up for renewal. Would that be clear, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Commissioner Gardner. Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County DAs. That is correct. I think initially staff just thought a little bit of direction in the form of comments from the board might have been sufficient, but I think a motion would also be similarly appropriate to make it unequivocally clear that yes, that was the intention of the board, to make these rules applicable to all new permit renewals as well as new permittees, and unless they're otherwise exempted, such as what we just did with the corporation or the LLCs. So that is correct. I think a motion would be in order.
So, Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Gardner?
I would like to make a motion to that effect then.
Go ahead.
I thought I just did. So I move that except for what's in section 3 here, that all new permits and all existing permits upon the renewal process will be subject to the new ordinance as we go forward.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Tarkanian?
All right. There couldn't be other motions that we're going to change. I think what you want to make is the final product that gets the 2 readings through is what they have to follow, because there could be more than this. This is just the first thing we've.
Mr. Chairman?
That's fine if we don't need to do this. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't get recognized, but.
I think Mr. Noasad has something to say.
Yes, realize that we have to go through this and another one and yet another one after that. So if we spend the time to get it right now, moving along as swiftly as possible, we should do that now rather than try to guess what you're going to have in the third issue. So I don't understand what you're saying then.
Chairman Gardner, I think the motion you made originally to them was a perfect motion. Something to the effect that on every renewal, the renewal has to follow the ordinance. You make the motion. I'm just, you can't exclude, okay.
So we're going to have some that will be under these ordinances and some that are not. That doesn't sound right.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think Commissioner Gardner was on to the correct thing, and I think Commissioner Tarkanian was similarly correct. What he was trying to get at is that subsequent to this point in time, we might make other adjustments or other exceptions moving forward. And Commissioner Gardner's motion excluded number 3 only, which if he would have just said, and I think the motion could have read, if, basically we're going to make all renewals and existing permit holders and new permittees subject to these rules, regardless of whatever changes you make, they will be subject to them, which would include any exceptions such as the one you just voted on in number 3.
Anyone care to tackle that one?
Well, Mr. Taylor is exactly correct, and I would like to point out that while there will be some, obviously there are quite a few right now, that are grandfathered in for only 1 year maximum because the renewal process takes place annually. Is that correct? So as we get through this next year and renewals come up for renewal, then there could be, I don't know the number, but I'm going to just throw out a number. Let's say 50 are up for renewal in the month of May, or obviously because we're not going to get this passed, but today. But let's say there's 50 up for renewal in September. Okay, once this ordinance is passed, then they're going to have to follow the new rules, and subsequently each month as they come up. So eventually that number will dwindle to a very small amount. After 1 year of passage of our new ordinance, everybody will be into the new ordinance. Is that correct? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Taylor, if we change Code 20 today, are the people who are under Code 20 obliged to comply with those codes?
Sam Taylor again on behalf of Douglas County DAs for the record. Yes, but see the trouble is Code 20 allows for automatic renewal. So the question of whether or not the renewal would make it subject to the updated code is still something that we're deciding on whether or not that's applicable. That's what the board is debating right now.
Yeah. Every question that gets answered begs more questions. Do we have a definition of automatic renewal?
I believe we do. It's in the existing code. And I think it was carried over, or at least in large part, to this version. Oh, shoot.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Ms. Davidson?
Thank you, sir. Automatic renewal is subject to the conditions in the ordinance, so it's not just you automatically get a permit. It's if you can meet the conditions of the permit, then you can apply for renewal under that section. So it's not an automatic thing. As a matter of fact, we have recently denied a handful of permits that were up for renewal because they could not meet the existing conditions.
Then we don't even need a motion, right? We've spent all this time for nothing.
Basically, Commissioner Tarkanian's right. We can't have some that have to abide by the rules and others who, because of the time frame, aren't there yet. This is going to make it impossible for court enforcement. So, and part of the issue is the LLC issue. Now, if we adopt all of these codes and exempt the LLC until a further date, or exempt it permanently, but don't allow corporations, we'd need two separate items. So, where do we go? Is there a motion to accept these ordinances and exempt item 3 for further discussion? We're going to be, if we don't do this. Mr. Gardner?
I think we need to go through this document, Mr. Chair, and individually and give guidance to staff as to how we feel about these individual items. And while we have taken a large portion of time to discuss this particular issue, hopefully we won't have that much discussion on a number of other issues. But, we've had an initial meeting in February. We had another meeting April 1st where we delayed action, and that's what we focused and started early for today, is to go through this document and accept public comments. So I would like to see us, now that we've passed this particular motion with this particular language, I think we can move on and tackle the rest of this process.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Nosad.
Admittedly, this is a very complex document. It has black, which is cast in concrete right now in Code Title 20. We would like to get through 2 readings of an open meeting, but if it takes longer to get there to that first reading, then we need to do our work. So that means if we have to delay going on to first and second readings, then we got to do what we got to do.
Okay, we'll forge on ahead. Ms. Davidson, you want to continue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to move on to the next item on this page, which is item number 4. The language regarding family trust was added at the recommendation of staff. So we're still on this same page. And it reads, person means an individual or family, including a family trust, which owns or occupies the VHR property and utilizes the home as a residence. Person does not include a limited liability company, corporation, partnership, or similar commercial legal arrangement. I'm happy to answer any questions or take direction from the board on item 4.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
The way I see this is that including a family trust, the LLCs we're talking about are those families that have put their family trust into an LLC for civil protection. And I think that because of our interpretation on number 3, that the LLC should be all right in sentence number 4.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Tarkanian?
That's not actually how it works. If you have a family trust, you don't have an LLC usually. I mean, you could have a member of the LLC be a family trust, but most of the time it's not. It's a separate entity. So the people that we've been receiving emails from are people that are homeowners that have put this in a limited liability company, but not a family trust. And that was the purpose of the motion that's been passed. I think you need both languages.
So we would have an item that is explicit to a family trust, and maybe we should have a line item that's explicit to LLCs.
Mr. Chairman? But we do. That's the language is in there. They're separate.
Is everybody clear on that? Ms. Davidson? Let's forge on ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just touch base with legal counsel on item number 4. I'm sorry, Mr. Taylor, to kick this to you. I'm a little bit concerned that with the amendment to item 3, that we should add similar language potentially to item 4, exempting. Otherwise, you have a conflict between item 3 and 4, in my humble opinion. Sir, let me know if you disagree.
Your opinion is not humble. So I think that's appropriate, and we should review that further and look at it that way. Thank you.
And I can work with legal counsel to bring that back at a future meeting. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I will consult with legal counsel at another time. Moving on. I believe the last thing I wanted to bring to your attention on this page was item 3 under permits. Property owners, this section talks about property owners that have a valid vacation home rental permit for the county must demonstrate at the time of renewal that the dwelling unit was rented in the prior year. Failure to demonstrate use of this permit may result in the permit being not being removed. This is intended to prevent vacation home rental permits from being obtained with no intent to rent the property. I'm referring to this as the use it or lose it clause. This is coming forward as a staff recommendation. Because we have caps in place, we are concerned that we may have individuals apply for permits with no intent of using them or paying taxes. At this point, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take any comments or questions from the board on this item or any other items on page 3 prior to moving on.
Mr. Chairman, a quick question to Jennifer. I'm a homeowner. I have a large house. I get a permit, and I'm only there 2 months of the year, and I rent it out the rest of the time. Does that qualify? Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner?
Yeah, I wanted to go back to item 6. You've added some new language in there, is that correct?
Correct. Item 6 does have new language in it. Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's just really clarifying what a bedroom is. So I think that's appropriate language. I think that I appreciate your clarification on that, so that folks aren't using game rooms or something of that nature, or even a living room where they can set up bunk beds, right? So thank you.
I received the nod, so I am going to move on to page, I believe we're on page 4. For those following along at home, this is packet page 440. On this page, I'm just checking my notes, one moment. Staff did not wish to bring any specific language to the attention of the commission. At this time, I would defer to the commission to see if you have any questions or want to bring some language up for consideration or discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner?
The inclusion of, in item 3, permits, I don't know if that's going to be the new number or whatever, but I think you know where I am. This code or Nevada law, that language is being added to this, is that correct?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Gardner, I'm not tracking where you are when you say
I'm on
item
page
3.
440, permits and fees required, the very first chapter, very first line. Do I have an inaccurate copy here?
Permits and fees, there it is. I'm
There
sorry,
you
I
go,
did not
right
scroll up far enough. I apologize. On the screen here, just for clarification, sir, the language in black is from existing code. The language in blue is new being proposed. We have very little changes on that particular paragraph.
And that's what I'm saying. The or Nevada law is in blue, so that's an addition. So that's why I'm asking the question. Is that that's new, and is that perhaps in anticipation maybe that the state may do something in regards to VHRs, or why are we adding those words?
I would defer that question to legal counsel if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County DAs. That's exactly the reason why I included that language. Because there were proposals and I was just trying to potentially accommodate whatever the state would be doing in the future and just capture that so you don't have to come back and deal with it later.
Not that we're necessarily, as a matter of fact, we have opposed to what the state is attempting to do, but, and it appears as though both of those bills are dead, but I think it's a good inclusion just in case those somehow get resurrected, you know, so, yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Yes. If I could, just for the record, the Assembly bill is not dead. It got extended by leadership. And it has provisions, if it's passed that way, it would cause us to rewrite a lot of this, unfortunately.
Might as well kill that bird right now, right? So, okay.
Ms. Davis, you want to go ahead?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I do have a housekeeping item that I keep forgetting to bring up. I am receiving messages that this item is listed for public comment, so I just wanted to clarify for the public the intent up until this point. So while we are receiving direction in the form of motions to amend this document, what I suspect Mr. Chairman is likely to do is at the very end, prior to final action, inclusive of accepting and adopting all of the changes in this document, that you do intend to call for public comment. I just wanted to put that on the record because we do have people asking that question.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was getting messaged on Zoom. Okay, so I am now on page 5, and for those following along at home, we are on packet page 441. Getting to staff's notes, we have quite a bit that we want to discuss. I do want to disclose for the record that the paragraph that's highlighted behind you, it looks like it's paragraph 10 on this page, or Roman numeral 10, excuse me, is not consistent with the direction that staff has been provided. Staff received direction from the commission at the April 1st meeting, and in the motion, we received direction that this paragraph should stay commercial activity. And so I'm going to read to you how the motion would, the way it was approved by this board, should reflect what the motion should reflect here. And I'm going to point out to you where we have subbed in a different word, and then I'm going to ask for some direction. Roman numeral 10 reads, a statement signed by the owner confirming the unit is not deed restricted or located in an area governed by a homeowners association, HOA, and is not subject to covenants, conditions and restrictions, CC&Rs, or bylaws that prohibit or limit the existence of VHRs. I'm going to pause here. That word should read consistent with your motion, commercial activity. Staff have changed that to VHRs. Permits shall not be issued in these areas. Permittee is required to notify the HOA of intent to rent as a home as a VHR. Douglas County may require the applicant to provide the document in support of the statement as a precondition to approval of the permit. I'm bringing that to your attention because it is the recommendation of staff that we change commercial activity to reflect the word VHR. I do know that there are commissioners that feel strongly that it should be commercial activity. At this point, I would turn it over to the commission for discussion and direction.
Mr. Chairman, this was a motion that I had made that was passed 4-0 in the first meeting. The language up there is wholly insufficient. I expressed that to the staff. Most of the deed restrictions, bylaws, and CC&Rs that were passed in these older neighborhoods were done before VHRs were even around. So they couldn't directly refer to the VHRs because they weren't there. Nobody knew about them. So the next best thing was to look at the intent. And I believe very clearly that if the neighborhood put in language where they prohibit commercial activity, they intended not to have daily or rentals in short periods of time, and that language should be in there. I think it absolutely has to be in there. I understand staff's concern. They've expressed it to me. But I think you need to weigh the benefits to the cost and what you're costing to the homeowners that bought into homes where they had this language in there which they never intended to have a party home or a short-term rental next to them. Their right to the private, quiet enjoyment of their home should take precedent over whatever other concerns that may come up. I also when I made the original motion, I had included GIDs because I had some emails from some people that have said the GIDs also had language in there prohibiting VHRs. Now GIDs are different because they're updated now after VHRs are there. But I was told that GIDs don't have that authority. But since then, I've had several people email me saying they do if they wanted to pass them. So if that's the case, I would like to add with HOAs, GIDs. That was part of my original motion. And I absolutely feel it's important to keep in the language of prohibiting commercial activity.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wright.
Having been on a GID for the last 14 years, and us having grappled with this problem more than once, we got legal opinion saying that we are a public utility, and we do, as a GID, and we do not have the right to enact ordinances such as this prohibiting VHRs in the boundaries of our GID. However, what we did do was when we found a house was being operated as a VHR, we considered that a commercial venture, and then we charged them commercial rates for water and sewer. And so far that has stood the test. But just to bring to your attention, unless something has changed drastically since I got termed out in January, the a GID is a public utility and does not have the power to regulate VHRs.
Mr. Chair.
Sam, go ahead.
Yes, Sam Taylor again on behalf of Douglas County DAs. I would echo the sentiment expressed by Commissioner Rice relative to the power of GIDs to regulate or prohibit, specifically on their face, VHRs. They do not have that authority under Nevada law. It's quite clear. I mean, improvement districts are limited to streets, roads, parks, things like that. They are not authorized in the provision of water and sewer service. They're not authorized to set policy on behalf of the county. Rather, that is the purview of this board. So if you determine there's an area where you don't think VHR should be, then you can most certainly say that. But GIDs don't have that authority under Nevada law.
Mr. Chair. Basically, GIDs, CCNRs, HOAs are subordinate to the restrictions on VHRs.
I would not say that that's the case. I think if you have an HOA can prohibit VHRs, and that is a private matter between the owner of the unit and the HOA, and the HOA would be the entity to enforce that, much as what's happened with Elk Point in the decision rendered by Judge Young. That's exactly what happened. A private owner of a home sued the HOA and seeking declaratory relief, basically arguing that the CCNRs prohibited VHRs from existing within the Elk Point subdivision. And they prevailed, but that is currently being appealed. But that's a private matter. It did not involve Douglas County. We were not a party to that action, and the judgment was not per se enforceable against us.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Nosad.
Question to Mr. Taylor. The solution that the GID up at the lakes was to increase the water and sewer fees. Is that okay?
Sam Taylor again on behalf of Douglas County DAs. GIDs are free to set their rates as they determine as long as they're applying with the applicable laws and rules and regulations governing such.
I certainly know my water rates went up in the GID.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner?
I'm nervous that we're going down a slippery slope here where a GID may determine a property is a commercial property, and once again, we get into that area of commercial in a residential area. And I think we want to try to avoid that if we can, because if we don't avoid that and we declare these commercial properties, then they cannot be in residential zones, and that's going to wipe out pretty much the whole system. Am I mistaken on that, Mr. Taylor?
I would say that would be a problem. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Tarkanian?
Mr. Chairman, all I did was relayed what I was told about GIDs. Obviously, listening to you guys, they cannot do that, so let's just take that off. I disagree where you're saying we can't have that, if this is what you're saying, that we can't have the language commercial activities, prohibit VHRs in areas where other legal documents, bylaws, CCNRs, and deed restrictions prohibit commercial activities. We're not saying it's commercial activities. What we're doing as a board is determining where we think VHR is appropriate, where they're not appropriate. This is one factor that I think that would help determine what they are and what they are not. As legal counsel just stated, there is one judge just recently in the Elk Point lawsuit held that the VHRs were commercial activity, and I assume at some point that's going to be determined. So let me take off the GID because that's pretty clear now that doesn't apply, but I absolutely believe, and I hope the board affirms their 4-0 vote that they had in our first meeting to keep the original language of with the commercial activity in there.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Taylor?
Just for the purposes expressed by Mr. Gardner, I would actually support sort of where he's coming from, and I would recommend that the board does not include the term commercial in the code. That would be my advice. Thank you.
Do we need a motion to that effect?
First of all, the language is already added. I'm a little bit offended, and I think I made this clear in our meeting, that this I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, can I speak?
You already are. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I apologize. This is all new to me. I'm going to take my directives from Commissioner Norsad and be much better at this. As I expressed my opinion in our meetings when I first saw this, I'm offended that this language wasn't put in here originally. This was a 4-0 vote, including Mr. Gardner's. Now, I understand staff has some concerns about this commercial having the language commercial activities because you designated commercial activities. If you're going to take staff's opinion and state and exclude this language, then you're basically stating that you don't believe VHRs are a commercial activity in a residential neighborhood. And I disagree with that. I think I made that clear before. I also think you take away the ability of the board to determine what areas they think the VHR should go and shouldn't go, at least, or you take away the part where if 50, 60, 70 years ago, some quiet neighborhood didn't want commercial activity there, we should now impose VHR permits there, and I disagree with that completely. We don't need a vote to add the language in, Mr. Cates, because the language already should have been in there. It's going to have to take a vote to remove the language. And again, I want to make it very clear on the record. There's been one court case already, the most recent one, has determined that VHR activity is commercial activity and entered a temporary injunction. I believe that we have a responsibility to the homeowners that have that language in their legal documents to keep that in there. We voted 4-0, including you, Mr. Garner, to have that language in there. There has been nothing to change that point except some discussion by staff about the possibility that this could raise some legal issues. I think there's a bigger legal issue that's going to be raised is why we're allowing VHRs in only one part of Douglas County, not the other. If you want to talk, almost everything we're doing with the VHRs, capping them, there's people that are going to be unhappy that they can have them or can't have them, and there's could be legal issues. That's why we word the VHRs as a privilege and not a right. Well, as a privilege, the commission has a right to determine where these VHRs are appropriate or not, and I think I made it clear now. My opinion is they shouldn't be in areas where there's legal documents that prohibit commercial activity.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Nosad?
this problem of VHRs is one of long standing. When the idea first came up about an eon ago, they thought it was a good idea. I mean, sure, free enterprise, it's all good. But then it let this board, not this board, but the Board of County Commissioners of Douglas County in the past have allowed this to happen. And it grew out of control by evidence of the disturbed neighbors that live in all these areas. So I think it's time for a decision as to not so much as is VHR considered an enterprise in a residential neighborhood. We know that it isn't. And we can't define one lot over another as being commercial or residential. No, actually we could. But my final answer, and a lot of the bottom of this page, the last page, is going to be we have to take a stand and eliminate VHRs. The question is, how do we go about doing that? Well, we would go about doing it by saying, okay, VHRs are in their death knell. Your current permit, when it's expired, will not be renewed. Our problem will be solved within a year. Now, there may be a bunch of disappointed, unhappy VHR owners, but we're complying with what a residential area should be, not what they want it to be.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner?
Mr. Tarkanian, you keep wanting to draw back to this 4-0 vote and tying me to that. And the reason that I voted for that at that time, and it has changed, I do not want to refer to commercial anywhere in this document because I feel that it leads us down a very slippery slope. And the reason I voted yes at that time was because we were belaboring the issue, and it wasn't an important issue in my mind at that time, knowing that this would be coming back before us several times before final approval. So that's why I voted yes, is to expedite the discussion that took place at that particular time. However, I do not like the idea of putting anything that says commercial in this document because of the legal implications of that. I'm not an attorney, but I have to rely on Mr. Taylor's, and that's why we have an attorney assigned to the board to walk us through this. So I would not be in favor of having commercial in this particular area, in this entire document anywhere. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Tarkanian?
Thank you. We have legal counsel who can advise us, but their legal counsel isn't infallible. In fact, the Douglas County judge here has already made this determination most recently. So you're going to rely upon legal counsel, but you ignore the latest decision by a judge. And again, so that's my first point. My second point is when you start worrying about lawsuits, the biggest lawsuit you're going to have is when you say you can have VHRs in certain parts of the county and not other parts. But you don't. But there hasn't seemed to be that concern by the board because that vote was 3-1. Okay, so that's.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
First, I'd like to point out that Commissioner Tarkanian is correct relative to the motion and the fact that the language that exists up on the screen behind you would need to be voted on because it constitutes a modification from what was otherwise approved by this board. So I agree with him on that point. In other words, if you want to make a change removing commercial, you would need to approve the statement or the language that's up on the board behind you. Relative to
Mr. Taylor, I don't see the word commercial in that document. Where
you're right.
that?
It's a modification, or it was a change. It's a proposed change that was different than what this board voted on relative to the specific item that Commissioner Tarkanian noted. So Commissioner Tarkanian is correct. I mean, if we want to make a change to and eliminate the word commercial, you would have to vote to approve the language on the screen behind you. Because commercial was removed from that. Yeah, it was removed. If you look up there on the screen behind you, it is not present. Okay, so you'd have to move to approve that language on the screen behind you. The second item relative to Judge Young's decision, I would note that it's limited to CCNRs, and he did not make it applicable to zoning. So it's not a definitive ruling on zoning per se. And I'd like to make that distinction because it's a very important distinction. So that issue has not been decided by Judge Young at this particular point in time.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
So good I'm getting. I haven't said anything about zoning. In fact, I've stayed away from zoning. I've stayed away from saying that this would be a commercial activity. In fact, we've had many meetings on this, and I've never said that we wanted it designated as a commercial activity. I'm saying, though, that if there is that language in these different legal documents, that would give us a good factor to determine that this is not a place for VHRs. Now, Mr. Gardner, because I'm sure he's talked with you guys, because you've told me the same thing, is taking that position. And the reason I brought up Judge's decision is the judge has made that decision. He made that decision dealing with CCNRs, which would also include deed restrictions and bylaws. This proposal that I made and was passed 4-0 only dealt with CCNRs bylaws, legal documents. It didn't deal with zoning. So we don't have to make a distinction between that. We're just following what the judge had stated.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Gardner.
I'm comfortable with the language up there right now, so I move that we approve that particular language at this time.
Mr. Chair, I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Absolutely no.
The motion carries 3-0.
Mr. Chairman.
Might I request a short break?
Let's be back here at a quarter to 3. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
Okay.
quick test of audio before we get back started. Can you hear me in the Zoom world, Nikki?
Yes, Natalie, I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, can we commence where we left off? Ms. Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the commission, again for the record, Jennifer Davidson, Assistant County Manager. Picking up where we left off, we are on, page 5. Oh, I think I need to share my screen again. One moment. Okay, we are on page 5, and for those following along at home, packet page 441. Just discussed with the commission Roman numeral X on this page. I have no further comments or recommendations from staff on this page. I am prepared to take any direction or additional discussion from the commission if there's anything on page 5.
Commissioner Gardner? Commissioner Tarkanian? No comments?
Thank you. No, as long as you're going to call on me.
Oops.
No, I appreciate the language that's in section 14, is it? Regarding trash pickup in the bear boxes, which I think is important. And we've gotten a lot of complaints about that. So I think that's a good addition to the language.
Mr. Chairman, I haven't interrupted you, so I didn't have anything to say.
Well, now we're concerned about the union for the Bears. They may have something to say about it.
I did get some email, and I'm not sure if it applies to this section or not, concerning the language dealing with the trash pickup. It says if they don't live in a homeowners association where there are community dumpsters, they believe we should add language in there that trash pickup is it's required to have mandatory trash removal services. I'm not sure if this is the language where you're at right now or not. Another person sent me an email saying the permit applicant must provide proof of trash disposal contract and trash removal services. So I'm not sure if that's not in this portion of what you're talking about, but I think that's the intent of the board, is we want to make sure that the trash is removed. I believe the way it's worded now deals with more with homeowners associations have that requirement and not the ordinance.
In law, wasn't it ever discussed there's the spirit of the law and the letter of the law? And this is more in the spirit of the ordinance to keep the place cleaned up. Ms. Davidson, moving on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do believe there are other sections that get into trash that we can dig into that topic when we get there a little bit further. Moving on to page 6, we are on packet page 442. Staff have no comments or specific recommendations that we want to bring to your attention on this particular page. I'm happy to take any direction or discussion from the commission at this time.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Tarkanian?
I'd like to make a motion to exclude Tier 1 permits from the cap requirement as I discussed in the last meeting. Yes, I'm sorry, I thought I said a motion. I'd like to make a motion to exclude Tier 1 caps from the cap number.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is carried, 5-0.
Mr. Chairman? Now I'd like to make a tougher motion, but I'm hoping that you guys agree again. I'd like to make a motion to allow Tier 1 VHR permits in North Fork, East Fork, outside of Lake Tahoe. East Fork.
You mean in the valley?
In the valley. It's homeowner occupied, so they're there. They're just having, a couple people stay with them. I've had a few emails from people on that felt that they should. I tried to figure out the reason why we don't. If it's limited to 4 and it's homeowner occupied, I thought it would be a good decision.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes.
Just to clarify, Commissioner Tarkanian, did you mean the remainder of Douglas County, or specifically East Valley, or the Valley floor? Here, East Fork Township?
I apologize, it's the rest of Douglas County.
Okay.
Allowing Tier 1 permits in the entire Douglas County.
That's your motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
I have a question. Do we not already allow B&Bs in the rest of the county?
For the record, Patrick Cates, we do. They fall under special use permits.
But they're the same thing that we're talking about on Tier 1. Is that not correct?
Mr. Chairman, if I may field that question.
Go ahead.
The distinction between bed and breakfast permit in the valley versus what we're talking about with a Tier 1 is on a number of layers. So bed and breakfast is subject to a special use permit, but in addition, Tier 1 is limited to occupancy of 4 or fewer occupants. A special use permit has a number of conditions that applicant would be subject to. It's more similar to what is going on with our Tier 3 permits and the way the board has established Tier 3. So I'd say it's more comparable that way and could include much greater occupancy levels for a bed and breakfast than versus a Tier 1.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nosad.
Point of order. We have a motion on the floor, and yet we're discussing it. It hasn't been seconded yet. So.
You are correct.
For the purposes of discussion, I'll second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
No, wait a minute, Mr. Chair, please. When you have a motion on the floor in a second, we need to have a pause for discussion, please. Okay? And I have some discussion on this.
Commissioner.
Okay?
Go ahead.
Thank you. All the way back up in page 1, we indicated all VHRs shall be limited to the Lake Tahoe Township. We've already passed that, and we've already approved that. We've already moved on. So I think this would be contrary to that particular section.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Tarkanian.
Well, that motion was made before I was here, so I couldn't make it. So I don't see why I can't make it now. Now, if I don't have the votes, that's fine. I'm doing what I think is best, but I think I should have an option to make. I should have the ability to make the motion, and if it's approved, great. If it isn't, then that's your decision.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I forgot something. I wanted to reiterate that the motions that have been made thus far are just advisory only to staff. They're not meant to be a final motion. So anybody who was expecting to provide public comment on this topic will be provided public comment per conversation I had with the chair prior to the final vote. So before the board makes a final decision on this matter, public comment will be provided. I just wanted to note that for the record. Thank you.
So, in light of that, Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Gardner?
So I would not be in favor of this. We are just in the process of putting together a new VHR ordinance program. And we're just now getting our code enforcement officers up to speed. And I wish to keep our issues with VHRs, because that's what's really inspired all of this, isolated to a geographical area within our county as to where they currently are. So I would be in favor of keeping the VHRs in the Tahoe Township for this period of time until, going forward until we can get all of this in place. And then we're going to put together a appeals and advisory board, and perhaps if they feel that it's something maybe we should extend later on, they can come back before us and make that recommendation. So I would not be in favor of this particular motion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Sorry about that.
go ahead. I yield to Mr. Tarkanian.
I need to yield to you because I've already spoken.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I made a statement earlier that I would like to see the VHRs go away. If you go back in history and we don't learn lessons from the history, we are condemned to repeat them. So if we've got a problem in a small area like Lake Tahoe, what's it going to be like in the county? We're going to have 50, 60 code enforcement officers running around here. So I'm not in favor of this also.
Now, Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Tarkanian?
Now, I understand how concerned Mr. Gardner is about having legal issues on our motions, and I'm sure he wanted to listen to whatever the legal counsel has. As I mentioned earlier, and I want to make sure it's clear on the record, I think there's more legal problems having VHRs in certain areas of the county and not in other areas. And I would have thought that's something legal counsel and staff would have discussed with each of the county commissioners before this meeting, as you did with the language of the commercial use. I'm just ready for a vote on it. If you guys don't go along with it, fine. But I think we need to treat people the same way.
Well, some research that I did, many of the municipalities in the state of California don't allow VHRs or trying to get rid of them. And this is true with some of the counties that are adjacent to ours. So I am not in favor of VHRs in the valley.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Nosad?
Just a slight point of how the situation of the district attorney's office with respect to the board. They offer us advice. We can accept it or refuse it. And once we make a decision on policy, they support us.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Tarkanian?
I have no idea where Commissioner Norsad is going with that statement. I did not say that we were not, that they were forcing an issue down. I just said, if you're going to bring up legal issues that may be concerns with this agenda item, I would have expected all the legal issues would have been discussed with us. That's a reasonable inference. That's not saying that we had to follow the legal advice. In fact, I didn't follow the legal advice.
Okay. Did we have a motion on the floor?
Yes, I say we call the question.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Nay.
Nay.
You have 3 nays, 2 in favor.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I was mistaken. I thought you were calling for a vote on the call for the question, and I was in favor of calling for the question.
That is not a motion. That is a statement. It ends discussion and calls for the vote.
Then I vote no as well.
Then the motion is not carried 4-0.
4 to 1.
4 to 1.
Please count my.
I thought you were, okay. Everybody clear? Ms. Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am prepared to move to the next page if the commission is ready. So we will move on to page number 7. For those following along at home, we are on packet page 443.
Mr. Chairman, was page 6, the one dealing with, you need a Nevada licensed property manager for Tier 3? Or is that page 7?
If I may, Mr. Chair. Yes, that is item 1 under 2622040, and it's the very last sentence.
That would be page 7.
7, yes, page 7, sorry. Or 443 in the packet.
Then, Mr. Chairman, I'm fine with what we're at.
Okay, Ms. Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The item that staff wished to bring forward to the commission for discussion was a recommendation on page 7, Roman numeral, looks like 9. Is that right? Sometimes I have a problem with my Roman numerals. Currently reads, and it's up on the screen, it's the very bottom one, agreement by homeowner to not allow more than 50 people, this would be for Tier 3 permits, just for clarification. Condition of the permit would be agreement by homeowner to not allow more than 50 people at all times, and that guests of renters exceeding the occupancy of the permit shall not be allowed during quiet hours. Staff brought forward this recommendation. I wanted to give you some background information. I received several questions from the public about where this number came from. Tier 3 permits, per the direction of this board, are to be treated like a special use permit. We anticipate that these will be larger properties with multiple bedrooms. Some of the public comment that we have received on the record, examples that people have provided, they did state on the record that they use these homes for kind of like event venues, weddings, small ceremonies, family reunions, those types of things. Staff had a concern about the impact on neighborhoods and felt that the total occupancy should be addressed as a condition of these permits, and there should be some number not to exceed condition placed on the permit, so to mitigate the impact on the community. We started with a number of 50. That number certainly can go up or down pursuant to board direction, but we wanted to have a placeholder number here for discussion. We felt 50 arguably could have a pretty big impact on the neighborhood. I just would let the commission know that what we think may mitigate that impact are the other conditions that would be placed on Tier 3 permits. So as a condition of the permit, the applicant is required, per the other language that has been added here, to demonstrate how they would mitigate any other noise or nuisance impacts they would have on the neighborhood. In addition to demonstrating that there's adequate distance between themselves and the neighbors or some sort of buffer. Those are all conditions that would be considered at the time of application. And also, as a reminder to you, each of these applications would be brought forward during a public hearing, which would happen at the advisory board level, the VHR advisory board level, and would require findings to be made by the advisory board before a permit were to be issued. So if neighbors did not like the idea of having a Tier 3 permit with these types of occupancy level conditions on the permit, they certainly would be afforded the opportunity to come forward during that public hearing process and put on the record their concerns that they have. I believe that's all I have for your consideration. Happy to answer any questions on this recommendation.
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. The special use permit, is it a special use permit designed specifically for the VHR, or is it the special use permit that is generally applied?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, that would be a special use permit specific to VHRs under this Tier 3 categorization.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. Ms. Davidson, I know that there are a number of VHR holders now that are on, I believe, several have come forward and indicated they're in the neighborhood of 10 to 15 acres, and hold events. So weddings and special events, as you're probably aware. The concern I have is while they may be in the Tier 3 category and get a special use permit and have a limited amount of bedrooms that they could, for instance, let's say it's a wedding party, and so the bride and groom and the parents of each side and maybe siblings would want to stay up there for the weekend during that wedding, but have guests come in for the day. I'm concerned that this 50 number, it says at all times, and that would limit the size that they could have in their wedding, and I don't know that we would necessarily want to prevent that as long as they had sufficient parking to handle all of that and was not taking up parking spaces, say, along the road or imposing upon their neighbors as well. I'm sure it's hard to find a number here that's proper and adequate and accommodating, but I certainly don't want to prevent those kind of events from occurring. I think that's sort of a proper use of that. I'm not sure what my answer here is. I'm hoping that maybe you can give us some guidance as to what we might be able to do to still accommodate those types of facilities without locking them out of that process.
Commissioner Gardner, I think you left out sleeping bags and tents and sort of things. This is a guideline, and it'll go before whoever approves the special use permit. So with that understanding, can we move forward?
Mr. Chairman, I had one motion I'd like to make.
A motion?
Yeah, it's a motion. I'll explain why.
Commissioner
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Under the 20 period 2622 period 040 number 1A, you require local licensed property manager for Tier 3 units, which I thought was all in favor of that because you want somebody locally to handle this. But I was approached by a few people, or at least two people, that had said that they manage their property themselves or the homeowner. I think we should exclude the requirement of a licensed property manager if the property is managed by the homeowner themselves. So my motion would be to add on after a local licensed property manager is required for all Tier 3 units unless the property is managed by the homeowner who is a Douglas County resident.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
I'll second it for the purpose of the discussion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor? Is there any further discussion on this matter?
I have a question in that regard, and that's why I seconded the motion. Is that require that if it's a local Douglas County homeowner, does he have to live on site, Mr. Tarkanian, or is that not required?
I don't think he'll be on site when they have the event, so I don't know if it matters if he's living in that home or if he lives in Douglas County, as long as he can be there as quickly as a property manager could be there. I think if you own the home yourself, you're going to be as much interested in making sure everything's done right as you would a property manager that you pay. That was the reasoning for my motion.
Thank you for the clarification.
Mr. Chairman, I forgot to ask.
I have a question regarding this special use permit. How big a piece of land is this person going to have to occupy in order to get the special use permit for 50 people?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, so special use permits are designed to be considered on a case-by-case basis. So the applicant would have to apply and write a justification consistent with the findings that need to be made. Examples of findings would be that they are situated in a location that allows for some sort of buffering or other type of separation between themselves and the neighbors. It's specifically vague and up to the advisory board to make a determination in each case so that individual findings can be made and individual circumstances could be considered.
Well, a buffering, how do you, well, suppose he got a 17-acre parcel and he's got his house right in the middle of the parcel. There's probably not going to be any question about noise. But if he's sitting on one corner of the parcel and there are neighbors on the other side, that's going to be probably grounds for not getting a special use permit, I would hope.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. So special use permits, that is the reason why they're subject to a public hearing process, so that neighbors can come in and can review the conditions on the permit and can raise any concerns to the advisory board at that time. Examples of special use permits, the most recent one, just to give you an idea that I remember, was TJ Corral. And so that's an outdoor event. And there were neighbors that were noticed in Windhaven because there was a potential for noise to travel. I think, unfortunately, there is going to have to be some discretion in the special use permit process, and that's why there will be findings that have to be made. An advisory board may or may not get it right, but at the time that the permit is up for renewal, each and every time they make the application, they're going to have to go through this public hearing process. So if it becomes a nuisance for the neighborhood, we have the ability to strip that permit. We could also make it a condition of the permit that if they violate a certain number of times, consistent with the rest of the ordinance, that they get stripped of the permit. So, you know, I do think not every instance of special use permit is it going to be right. We may end up having to yank things. But for the most part, I think the public hearing process will allow for the advisory board to vet these types of concerns prior to issuing.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Taylor, go ahead.
Yes, I would just like to point out that the board currently has a motion before it, and there was discussion. There should be discussion limited solely to the motion before the board.
Right, and I have, Mr. Chair, I have further discussion on that.
Go ahead.
I recognize that some of these special use permits are going to be also realtors and are not necessarily licensed property managers. So, Danny, Mr. Tarkanian, you seem to have a question. But what I'm trying to get to, Mr. Tarkanian, is I'm in favor of your motion as it is, because I have to recognize that some of these properties are owned by local residents and don't require necessarily a licensed property manager in order to take care of their properties. So I am in favor of your motion. I seconded actually for purposes of discussion, but now I'm in favor of it as it's written to recognize that exception. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Tarkanian.
I had a question because I didn't understand what you meant by owned by a realtor. I guess a realtor who lives in Douglas County can own a home that he has a Tier 3 permit on, so yes, but most of them probably aren't going to be that. But anyways, I appreciate you like my motion. Nice.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carried 5-0. Thank you. Ms. Davidson.
Mr. Chairman, I can't find it. I've been searching frantically for this. There's another one that deals sort of with this, and that's where you require a VHR permit. You require a certain training from, I think, as of the property manager, right? Is that on this page? Because I want to make a motion on that one too.
What would your motion be?
My motion would exclude the training if the homeowner themselves is the property manager. So it wouldn't just be dealing with the Tier 3s. Sometimes a homeowner would manage, again, assuming they're in Douglas County and they're there and they can address the issues, I don't think they need to be trained on how to manage their property. So my motion would be to exclude the training for anyone who is managed by a homeowner that lives in Douglas County.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
If you
Nosad.
would, Mr. Tarkanian, could you please restate that? Because I got lost at the links.
Jennifer, I can't find the paragraph. If it's that you could, I could then probably add on to it. It was on page 8, 9, 10.
Sorry, it's item D on page 8.
Okay.
Or 444 in the packet.
All right, Mr. Chairman. Item
Tarkanian,
D.
go ahead.
Okay. I would exclude the local it says for permits issued or renewed after May 1st, 2021, the local contact shall have successfully completed a training course and achieved a qualifying score on a county administrative certification test, comma, unless the property is managed by the homeowner of the permit and the homeowner resides in Douglas County.
Mr. Chairman, question for Jennifer. Jennifer, what is the content of that training?
We have not completely designed that training. We are using as a template El Dorado County's program that they have in place and they have been very successful with. It is our intent to educate each of these property managers on the rules. So we intend to go, and that's why we haven't completed the training entirely. We intend to systematically go through all of the requirements for homeowners and renters and to educate them on what the potential consequences of violating are and what our expectations are. Once they have completed the training, they would have to take a test to prove that they understood, and then we would use that as additional justification for implementation of violations and also revocation of the permit if it became an issue in the future.
Okay, follow-up question. Is this training like a pamphlet given to them so that they can read it over, or is it a classroom?
So what we are intending and how we are designing it would be a PowerPoint presentation where we would make that pamphlet available online to anyone who wants to see it, but we would also do a pre-recorded video, and that is also the reason for the test. So we want to make sure people actually go through it and that they comprehend the training in totality.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
I appreciate where you're going with this, Mr. Tarkanian. However, just because they're a Douglas County resident doesn't mean they're going to read the code or understand the code. And so I think it's important, especially this first year, that with this new code in place, that all VHO owners should be required to go through this process. And then afterwards, it says that they may become recertified, but may be required to take a refresher course. So if they've had problems, then obviously they need a refresher course on this. But since we're designing a new ordinance, I think it's important that regardless of where you live, you go through this training at least the first time. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Tarkanian.
the training is not for the VHR permit holder. The training is for the management company.
Well, not exactly, because
Management, and it's
if somebody in a tier 1 or tier 3 is putting on an event and he hasn't looked at the rules and regulations and somebody gets on his case because of it, he can say, oh, I didn't know that. So this kind of alleviates that problem.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Tarkanian.
can I ask Jennifer, if somebody is a VHR permit holder, but they hire a management company, would this ordinance require the homeowner to get training along with the management company? Because it's listed under management company, it's not listed under the permit holder.
Mr. Chairman, I would mind, what I got from the original motion was that the owner would be the agent. In other words, skipping around the property or management guy. That's what I got from it.
Mr. Chairman, Yes, it is my motion, but it has nothing to do with what I'm asking Jennifer, and then she'll give you an answer. This is my understanding of the ordinance, and I think it's the way it is written, unless legal counsel can tell you. My understanding of this ordinance is every whoever's managing the property has to get this training, not the permit holder. So my question was, dealing with the tier 3, if a person manages themselves, then they're a manager and they would have to do it under this. Or if it's a tier 1, they lived in the home themselves, then they would have to do it. My motion was to exclude a homeowner who's already there taking care of the home that would know that. I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I may. Couple items. First, we still need a second on the motion, if I may. And then also, Commissioner Tarkanian is correct, except I would add and point out that your previous motion added the homeowner as being the property manager in the event that they live in Douglas County, which would then, in my opinion, make them subject to the requirement of going through the training.
Exactly, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
Exactly. That's why I'm making the motion. If they weren't the property manager, they wouldn't have to go through the training. Right. That's exactly why I'm making the motion.
Right.
Mr. Chair.
Isn't it right?
No, it's not about the property.
Mr. Chair.
Well, that's right.
Gardner.
Thank you. This area is management of units. It doesn't say by property managers. It's general in scope, and it says an owner may retain a licensed property manager, but this whole section is not specific to property managers. Am I mistaken about that, Ms. Davidson?
Could I answer that, if I may?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor and I were just discussing, I think I'll amend what he just said. This section is not specific to Tier 3. It is not specific to property management companies. It's whoever the designated representative is for that property. It could be the property owner. It could be their cousin. It has to be a property management company if it's Tier 3, but this is to all VHR permits. And staff believes that anybody that's going to be the designated agent, whether it's the homeowner or somebody else, should have the training.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
I don't understand how this is so confusing when the whole exception is for the homeowner. Now, I understand staff's recommending against it, and I'm sure your board will deny it, but it was a simple motion. It deals with whoever's managing the property. It could be a property manager, like you said. It could be an individual, like you said. And if the individual could own it. My whole purpose of this motion was to say, if you're the homeowner and you're managing your own property, then you would be excluded. Obviously, they have to be included in this to be excluded.
Mr. Chairman, a point of order. We had
notice.
a motion that was not seconded, and we proceeded to discussion. We need a second in order to proceed.
Mr. Chairman, don't look at me. I can't second it.
He can't second it either. We had a motion. There's no second to the motion. Hence, the item does not carry. Ms. Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that was skipping to item 8. I don't want to go backwards, but I think I probably should, just for clarity of the record. I just want to confirm with the commission that there's no further comments on page 7, and for those following along at home, we're on packet page 443.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification. Mr. Chair, point of clarification.
Commissioner Gardner?
Did we actually, did we approve the language unless the property is managed by a homeowner? That is, did we approve that? We did approve it. Okay, because we skipped forward another page, I was afraid that we might have overlooked that. But okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Ms. Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to page 8. And just for clarification, you took no action to change the occupancy level at 50, so that means you approved it. Okay, we are on page 8, packet page 444. Staff have no specific language we want to discuss with you or bring to your attention. We're happy to answer any questions or seek your direction.
See no questions or comments. Ms. Davidson, you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to page 9. We're on packet page 445. Staff would direct your attention to, excuse me while I scroll over, number 3, limitations on density of VHRs within the Tahoe Township. At the April 1st board meeting, when we previously discussed this item, we brought to the commission a concept proposal. At this time, we would like some feedback on that proposal and any modifications you potentially would like to make there too. I am able to pull up that map that we had displayed, and we can talk through any modifications that you may want to make. I just wanted to provide some clarification to members of the public. I received probably more questions on this particular recommendation, this concept proposal, than I did anything else that staff proposed. And I think ultimately what is confusing the public the most, and understandably so, is the difference between a neighborhood and a neighborhood area. I am going to turn this over to Mr. Dallaire to explain the difference between the two. When we proposed the map to the commission, I think the public thought that the designations were each of the individual neighborhoods. The lines we drew around the neighborhoods were each of the individual neighborhoods. That is not the case. Neighborhood areas are oftentimes a combination of multiple neighborhoods that have similar type uses or similar types of activity going on. And so I got a lot of comments from the public that they were concerned that the numbers were not accurate, that we were including things that we shouldn't, or that they didn't make sense. I will also note, public brought to my attention that within our count, when we added up the total number of parcels within these neighborhood areas, we sometimes included vacant lots. And the public rightfully so brought that to our attention. That definitely could impact that density percentage. So we are systematically scrubbing the data that we brought to you in that concept proposal. We know it was not 100% accurate. We were advised to bring forward a concept. We weren't sure if you were going to like it. That's why we had not scrubbed the data entirely at that time. But we are moving as quickly as we can to make sure that what that density number reflects is the number of, or the percentage of housing, actual housing, built housing units within those neighborhood areas. And again, neighborhood areas are different than neighborhoods. And if, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get a definition of the difference between a neighborhood area and a neighborhood from Mr. Dallaire. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jennifer. Tom Dallaire, Community Development Director, for the record. The neighborhood that we were talking earlier on in this process is the regular subdivision and a subdivision name. Let's say this Upper Kingsbury as a subdivision name. We also took into account the Tahoe or TRPA's plan area statements, and they have particular boundaries for and neighborhoods called out on that particular plan as well. And we combined those areas for the similar types of units, whether it was single family or residence or multifamily residential units, and we created a boundary that we are now calling just a neighborhood, and that's how we have identified that. A neighborhood could include two different subdivisions that were filed originally and created, but we have named them similarly to what that the majority of that area has been developed as underneath that one neighborhood, if that makes any sense at all. But it's a combination of neighborhoods, or subdivisions, neighborhoods, and we've combined those areas because of the the type of home and housing unit that is around. And we also compared it to the area statement plans that were identified in the TRPA's map. And I think we have all that on the viewer. It'd be a lot easier to point to that if we had that up and running. But if you have any questions, please let me know.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner?
I may save us some time here. I'm not in favor of separating out multifamily residences from single-family residences. I'm not in favor of a percentage of homes that are acceptable for VHRs versus one neighborhood to another. I would like to move that we strike this entire paragraph from here and just deal with the total number of VHRs we have available. And I would hope that I could get a second on that.
I'll second that for purposes of discussion.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Tarkanian?
You always look sad when I jump in. I hope I'm not disappointing you. When we had a 2-on-1, we had a discussion about you had something, and I didn't quite understand it, being new, but that you had areas designated that were more in the tourism district as opposed to non-tourism district. And I think, as I mentioned in our first meeting, that there should be more VHRs in the areas where there are high density of tourists and less as you go away. So one, if I understood it correctly, and you guys did have these neighborhoods, I think you said it was when the TRPA had designated them or something, I don't know, but maybe you can explain, Jennifer. And the second thing is, I have a problem with the cap numbers. I don't think we should have more than 20% in any area, and I would think the areas more near the tourism place should have 20, and the ones further away should have 10. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Nolasad. Thank you. I did a little math the other day, and how many VHRs we have out there, and against the total population of the total number of houses in the Lake Tahoe Township. Curiously, if you do the math on all of them, we end up with a total of 14%. If we add on a few more, say to get to 15%, guess how many VHSs we have, or VHRs we would have? 725. Seen that number before. I would recommend that rather than going into the painful process that we're going through right now and separating one neighborhood and neighborhood area and what have you, in hopes of being fair, I think the fairest way is to take the total number that we want to have, period. I don't care where they're located. We're not going to be able to fix that because some of the places, as we would seem, are overpopulated with VHRs, and the problems are jumping up exponentially. So I would agree with Mr. Commissioner who made the motion that we do deliberate, take that whole paragraph out and simply say no more than 15%, or correction, 14%.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
One of the reasons for putting in this paragraph was we have some neighborhoods up there that have been inundated with VHRs where the entire neighborhood has been disrupted. And when you look at it on a larger scale, then the numbers aren't so bad. But when you're living in a neighborhood and roughly 30% of your neighborhood is VHRs, that's a problem. And that's the reason for breaking this into communities. I know there's some places up there like Granite Springs that have big problems. In Round Hill, we have an area that on one short block we have 3 VHRs in 4 owner occupied, and it turns into bedlam on some weekends. So I know that this will not take care of the problem immediately, but when we use this percentage over a period of time, when the units come up for renewal, and it gives us some way of reducing the numbers in smaller communities so that it's a more reasonable impact rather than what we have now. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I chime in?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Listening to Chairman Norsad's explanation of how to treat the VHRs in Lake Tahoe, it sort of brings a little bit of an irony how if you treat all of the homes the same in Lake Tahoe and allow VHRs there, how we don't treat the whole county the same. And I know we've already voted on that, but I wanted to make a distinction here because we're talking about, in my opinion, the only argument you can make to allow VHRs in the Lake Tahoe Township and not in the rest of the county is because that's where the tourists come. That's where people want to come and vacation. Well, if that's the case, then more people should have VHRs in the areas closer to there, and there should be less VHRs in the more secluded neighborhoods. I don't think you can treat everything in Lake Tahoe the same, but not treat everything in Douglas County the same.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Nosad?
It depends on what you want to have as an ultimate conclusion, an ultimate solution to the problem. The problem right now is the fact that the people, some of the people who come up here and utilize the VHRs are not being socially correct. They don't care what the other neighbors feel. So the only way to really end the problem is to start sorting out. If we're going to do it, so I personally, I think we should, within a year, get rid of the program. But that's going to have some consequences too. But being fair for the people in the upper area up here in Lake Tahoe, they're still the same. It's still where the VHSs or VHRs are permitted. And I underscore again that I think we should get rid of the entire program.
That would certainly solve everything.
Mr. Chair.
So, do we have a motion?
We do have a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
But I still had some additional comments on it, if I might. Okay. Mr. Noasad brings up that, once again, I feel this is, it's selecting neighborhoods or groups of houses that are more acceptable to have VHRs than others. And for instance, the multifamily residences versus the single-family residences. And I don't think we should be calling out one and saying that one is preferential over the other and determining by ourselves that one neighborhood is better than another. So I think that's, I don't care for this setting of percentages in particular areas. So I'm against this entire paragraph. You brought up, Mr. Noasad, the idea or the number of 725, and you said that you'd seen that before, and I've seen that before as well. And so I had some questions when it came to that, and I reached out to several members of the task force to find out where that particular number came from. And here's what I was told. It was based on the fact that at that time, back in January, we had 535 that were approved, and we had identified approximately another 150 that were operating illegally. To go to that 725 number now would be saying, okay, you're in the system now, and we're going to let those people that we have identified as being illegal into the system now. And I think Mr. Tarkanian said that he had a problem with that back in February of letting those folks get into the system. So I know we're not talking specific numbers right here. We're talking about percentages, but once again, I prefer to see this complete paragraph go away. And I stand by that, and that was my motion, is just to make that complete paragraph go away. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this will be my last comment if you would so oblige me. On this
You
issue.
want to make a wager on that?
On this issue. This issue only. First of all, with respect to Commissioner Gardner, we're not talking about increasing the numbers. So all the ones that were operating illegally aren't going to be included. In fact, the ones that are already in application, all but about 4 or 6. So from what I understand, it all comes down to is how do you want to treat the VHR permits or where to locate them in one area of Douglas County as opposed to the rest of the area of Douglas County. When you say that you don't want to treat multi-family homes differently and residential homes differently, I agree with you on that because some people are retired there. They live in the small condominiums. It's just like a home to them, and they just couldn't afford something bigger, and they shouldn't be exposed to this type of activity either. And I would agree to that, but you can't say you're going to treat every home in Lake Tahoe the same, but not treat the whole county the same. Either you pick out where you think VHRs are the most appropriate and needed and desired and put more of them there and make less in other areas so you don't treat the whole county the same, Lake Tahoe the same, or you can't treat the entire part of Douglas County differently. It's got to be one or the other. You can't do both. Thank you.
Mr.
I'll call for the question.
Go ahead. You know, ultimately, with everything that you're saying, and this is not for this discussion, but maybe a specific zone for VHRs with a specific mapping. So right now, it's about impossible with any kind of concentric circles, percentages, and all this. We currently have a fixed number of VHRs, and they are on permit. And we can't change that right now anyway. So this is a moot point. Anyway, there's a motion on the floor.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, it's already been seconded. It has already been seconded by Walt.
Okay. There's a motion by Commissioner Gardner and a second by Commissioner Noasad. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
No. Nay. I got some with me this time. This is wonderful.
I'm going to vote nay. Okay, Jennifer.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood so the results of the vote were what?
Oh. Oh, yeah, okay.
Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the understanding that there is an expectation by this board that this density concept stays in place, is there any additional direction you would like to provide county staff on fine-tuning this concept?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Noasad?
I make the motion that the number of VHRs allowed be 15% or 14%, which would accommodate our 600.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice, you have the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Rice, did you have a comment?
I'm sorry, I forgot to turn my thing off. I'm happy with the numbers as they are. I would not like to see them changed at this point. Let's try to get a handle on what we've got.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Tarkanian?
The motion that Commissioner Noasad is making is trying to circumvent the last vote. If you limit it to 15 across the board, or 14, whatever you said, then you're changing what the last motion, which you lost on. I
Not
don't think that's
necessarily.
appropriate. But anyways, but my question I didn't get from Jennifer, and maybe I misunderstood when we met in our 2-on-1 or we talked on Zoom. Do you have areas that you feel are, somebody had already designated that, and I thought you said TRPA, that were more appropriate for the VHRs than other areas? I thought you said that in our 2-on-1, and I think that's what the question is being asked now.
Mr. Chair, if I may, there's still no second on the motion.
I'll second for the purposes of discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Tarkanian.
how can we vote? We just voted down their motion, and now they're just wording it another way.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Legal
to
Counsel, is that
address-
appropriate?
To address Commissioner Tarkanian's query, what we voted out was an entire paragraph containing a lot of elements. And what I've done is simply said, okay, we're going to get down to one element, and that would be the maximum number of VHRs by percentage, which would be
Mr.
14.
Chairman, the question, the paragraph that was voted down was going to separate the VHRs in two different areas, multifamily to residential, single-family residential, 25 to 15%. We voted that down. Now you're saying we want everything to be 15 now. It's the same thing.
If I had rephrased it another way, I would have taken out everything before 14% and everything after 14%. But there's a lot of subject matter in this one paragraph, so we deleted the paragraph, and now I made a motion to substitute something for it.
But Mr. Chair, a point of clarification, did we delete that paragraph or not? We did not. The chair voted no to delete that paragraph. Is that correct? Okay. So what you're saying, Mr. Noasad, and I seconded the motion, is 14%. But I'd like to know what specifically that number is, 14% across the board, because my math doesn't come out to the same number that I think you're coming out with. So. If we, how many total homes do we have in the Tahoe Township, and what is 14% of that number, Ms. Davidson? I know you had that number for us a couple of weeks ago, so and you seem to be sitting on the edge of your chair to give us that number. So what are we looking at, please?
Okay, so there's a lot going on right now. So Tom, I just want to make sure that I understand the number that I'm looking at on the screen. Yep. Total parcels is 4,916. What's 14% of that, please?
So 14% ends up being
680. 680 would be 14%. And around that number, just for clarification, the way this paragraph is written, the cap of 600 still applies. This density restriction of whatever percentage the commission sets would be in addition to that cap. So the 600 overall for the lake does not change. Whatever percentage the board approves right now, it's 15 and 25, would mean that 15% would apply to that neighborhood area. So that neighborhood area could only go up to 15%. Any applications in excess of 15 would automatically be denied. Also, for clarification for the board, to Mr. Tarkanian's point, the 14% would be to change the 15 and the 25% to a flat 14 across the board with the 600 cap in place. Also, to answer your question specifically, it is not my recommendation that we look at placing VHRs in specific zoning. You had asked me if there is TRPA zoning or land use designations that we could fit VHRs in consistent with your concept. So there is TRPA specific land use designations. Tourist commercial is one, and recreation is another that we can show you on a map where those areas are. I can tell you they are where the ski resorts are and where the downtown commercial corridor is. So the board could provide direction to Mr. Tarkanian's concept that you would like to limit the location of VHRs to those TRPA area designations.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Tarkanian.
Mr. Norrisat, I will take back what you're saying is not a complete difference of what we voted down, but if we voted to keep the 15 and 25, you're making the motion to now change it again from eliminating it. But I understand it's different, so I wanted to make, a semi-apology there, okay? Second of all, when we met, I had no idea what these TPR things were that you were referring to. I didn't ask you if you did. You guys brought it up to me and said, hey, this is there. And I said, well, doesn't that sound like what I proposed the first time? And you said, yes. I said, well, wonderful. That sounds great. I'll discuss that at the meeting. So that's what I'm doing right now. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I still had a couple more questions.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. Okay, so 4960, but didn't we earlier vote to exempt the Tier 1 from the number? I believe we did. So I had requested earlier, a couple weeks ago, the actual number of VHRs that were in each of these tiers. Do we have that number yet?
I can't give you, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I cannot give the commission the number of Tier 1 permits because it's not information we collect as part of the application process currently. I can give you an estimate. Staff suspect it's less than 5 based on the information we have available to us at this time.
Okay, so I'm particularly concerned about expanding our number well above the 600 that we previously agreed on, and so the 14% takes it to a possible 680, and that's a number that I think is more than 10% over what we previously passed as a number of 600. I would be more comfortable, Mr. Norrisat, if you would be open to an amendment to your motion to lower that number to perhaps 13%, which would be approximately 645.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
The motion by Commissioner Norrisat isn't the... We're discussing it, aren't we?
No, we're not. We got to second it first. Second. Thank you. No.
Mr. Norrisat's motion, as was clarified by Jennifer, isn't to raise the cap more than 680. It's to keep the cap at 600, but to limit each neighborhood at 14, meaning that you could have certain neighborhoods that have a little bit more than others, but no more than the 600.
Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate that nuance. Once again, I'm opposed to singling out single-family communities from multifamily communities. So I think we need to have a universal percentage number there across the board. So that's what I'm amending to, is a 13% across the board.
We have a fixed number of 600, and those permits will stay in effect unless somebody sells their home or something of that nature. And we can't change that mix right now, and we're not going to change that mix. So I really don't understand where we're discussing percentages and things of that nature. 600 max, that's the number of permits, period.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
I think a point that is being missed is that at Lake Tahoe, we have areas that are residential, and we have areas that are commercial. If you have a house up or a condo up on Tramway, it's a little different than having something on Castle Rock. The people that own the properties on Tramway mostly use those for skiing in and out, or in the summertime for bicycling and doing whatever, and that is a recreational area. And most of the people that have purchased property in those areas did so with the intention of renting them out to help pay for the expense of buying their condo. Not so when you get down on Paiute or Ute or Elks Point Road or any of the others in those areas. Those are residential areas, and we need, those of us who live in those areas would very much like to see the 15% cap, so that over time we can weed out some of the problem areas that we have in the residential zones. And it is perfectly appropriate, in my opinion, to have a 15% cap in residential areas and a 25% cap in the tourist and multifamily communities up there in the recreational zones. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I posed a question.
Commissioner Rice, I agree with you. And to my prior point, perhaps in the future, we should look at areas that are zoned for VHRs, Heavenly, up by the tram, and things of that nature. So, but right now, we're at a fixed number of 600, wherever they are. And we've got to work with that. We can't say, well, you're not in the right percentage, we're going to revoke your permit and then issue another one to somebody else to get to the 15 or 14 or whatever percent. This is not, we're spinning our wheels here. Commissioner Noah said.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to bring a point. If you go in and buy a home and you're hoping for the rental to pay for that home, that sounds like a business thing to me. And in what part of our code do we support any business like that? It's a private enterprise. We should have nothing to do with it in terms of making sure that they are able to make their payments.
That comes back to my point. At a later date, we may want to look at an area specifically zoned for VHRs. Not percentages, not circles, and we work on that and establish a code.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Koenig.
I love your statement. It's exactly what I proposed in the first meeting. I think it's right on the money. Maybe we can do it at another time.
Okay, but for this exercise, we've got to get this established. So we've got a motion. Do we have a second? Who did? You did?
Mr. Chair, if I may, Commissioner Gardner seconded his motion for the purposes of discussion, but I would like to seek clarification perhaps with Commissioner Noasad. Was it your intent to limit all VHRs? I mean, like, for example, modify the 600 number up to 14%, or is it just limited to this paragraph only?
No, my intention was to have a fixed percentage for the entire county. If it ends up at 600, that be that as it may.
So it would be modifying the overall cap of 600, which has already been set.
If we comply with the 14%, it necessarily is true, yes. If we went to 13%, it would end up being 644.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
I offered an amendment to that at 13%, Mr. Noah said, and I thought you seconded that. So I think that's what we're on is the amendment right now, to cap it at, set a universal number of 13% multifamily or single-family residences without any designation of differentiation of that.
To be clear, I understand what you're saying. You're saying 13% of all the VHRs in the county, period. No distinction from neighborhood to neighborhood.
Lake Tahoe.
That's right.
Yes, Mr. Tarkanian, I get your point.
We have a motion and a second.
Jennifer would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you handing me the opportunity to speak up because I want the board to understand the implications of this decision. So what you're talking about means in real time, because we have the data right here on what each of these neighborhoods are at currently, This means if you go to a 13% in both single-family and multifamily, we would have to, that would impact 104 total units that the permits would be reduced by. So you have the cap of 600, 104 of those are in excess of the density in their neighborhood already, and that is about 30% of the total neighborhoods have exceeded that max density, which is 12 out of 37 neighborhoods would no longer be able to have VHRs.
A question for you, Jennifer. You gave us a 4960 figure. You distributed a spreadsheet after the last meeting, I believe it was, and I added all that up and I came up with a higher figure, it's around 5,400.
Yes. So thank you for asking that question. It's a very good question. So when I introduced this particular section of the ordinance, I advised the commission that we were scrubbing the data. Within the number that I had provided to you was a number of parcels that were vacant that should not have been included. So the 4916 is actual housing units as we know them today. And that number is subject to change slightly in the future as we continue with this process. It's gonna keep going down. We have a couple of more neighborhoods to scrub. We're doing real-time imaging to make sure that this is an actual housing unit to housing unit comparison.
In that case, I would like an amendment to your motion to keep the cap at 600 units, period.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner?
Jennifer, Ms. Davidson just gave the real reason why we need to get rid of this particular paragraph, and that's why I brought it forward, is because I'm not trying to eliminate anybody out of the system that's currently in the system. And so by having these neighborhood designations, then that would indicate that at some point in time, if we have this, that there would be some that would have to go away. And I'm not trying to make it go away. That's why I wanted to get rid of this entire section and just of getting rid of this complete thing.
You're putting discussion before the second. I have an amendment to your amendment to make the simplicity of it, to make that.
I believe the 600 cap is already in place, Mr. Novosad.
Well, that's fine. So
that's why I don't see a need for another motion, because we already have a cap of 600.
Really?
Okay.
I
Have anybody in
rescind
the
my
audience
motion.
ever been to a sausage factory? Because if you haven't, you've seen one here.
Humor.
If Mr. Novosad wants a second to his amendment to stay at the 600, I mean, then of course I'll second that, to stay there at 600.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I think part of the problem here is that the 600 VHR unit limitation is in 2622030, which is packet page 439, and it's in item number 2. So that's the overall 600 permit. So, and we already went by that section, so the board basically tacitly approved it, or at least gave direction to the staff to do that. And what we're on now is the overall percentages by neighborhood. So that's why I brought up my earlier clarification. Are we talking about percentages by neighborhood, SFD, MFD, or are we talking about the overall cap? And so maybe the maker of the motion originally could clarify his intent. Was it meant to, the 14%, was it meant to apply to the overall cap and expand that overall cap, or was it meant to only apply to the percentages within the section on page 9?
Okay, keeping with the sausage factory idea, I want 600. I don't care what the percentage is, period. That's what I think. I think that's what Commissioner Gardner ended up with also.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Mr. Taylor, would it be appropriate to reintroduce my original motion to eliminate this complete item, or because I was on the failing end of that, I cannot bring that forward again? Is that right, for reconsideration? It has to be one of the individuals that spoke and prevailed on this issue. Is that correct, as I understand parliament procedure?
Yes, Sam Taylor again, Douglas County DAs. That is correct under parliamentary procedure. The person who is on the losing end cannot reintroduce. So,
Is the person who seconded it that eliminated from that process?
I believe so, yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Rice.
this has been so much around the bush. Be nice. What exactly are we about to vote on? I have lost track of what the motion is.
I concur with you, Commissioner Rice.
As I recall, the last motion, I rescinded my motion, by the way. The last motion that was offered was Commissioner, what's his face down there? I'm getting tired. Was to, Gardner, is to stick with the 600, I believe.
No, it was 13%.
All right, then,
The last amendment was to your original motion, which was 14%, which Commissioner Gardner seconded it. Then he amended it, and you seconded it, which was to 13%. And then that's when I asked you for clarification. Did you mean to have the 13% apply to the 600 cap that was in subsection 2 in 2622-030? Or wait a second.
so which of those two motions should be take priority right now?
Yeah, so the point is, the current is the 13%. That's the last one that's on the table. And that would apply solely, according to you, Commissioner Noasad, that would apply solely to this section. So you still have the 600 overall cap, and then the 13% would apply to any neighborhood, SFD, MFD, 13% period. And I think Jennifer pointed out that would result in an overall reduction of 100 and some odd units.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, that would be through attrition. So applicants that do not renew. So this would be an instance where they would be grandfathered in. It would be new applications. This applies only to new applications within neighborhoods that exceed that 13% density.
But we're not issuing new applications.
If the suspension were lifted.
There is no intent to lift the suspension. So where are we at?
I think we're
600
going to vote on
cap,
the 13%.
period, or less.
I think we vote on the 13%, right?
Call the question. All right, all those in favor of the motion respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
Nay.
Nay.
Do we need a,
You were out with, right? Yeah.
That motion failed to carry.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I fail to understand exactly where you are on this issue. Are you in favor of a 15% cap on single family and a 25% cap on resident and multifamily?
I don't understand how you can have a cap of 600, and as permits expire, the total number of VHRs is reduced. You can't change the mix from 14 to 15, whatever it is. Those are there now, and they're not being revoked. They stay in force just as they are. So going and changing and making a new mix or anything else is a moot point. I don't understand it. I don't know why we're laboring over this. 600
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that we move on to
the
page
original
10.
motion. It's the 14%.
Mr. Chairman, we voted on this now, and we should go on to the next item.
I agree.
I beg your pardon, we didn't vote on this. We had a motion, a second, we were in discussion, we never called a vote.
Where are you at? We just voted, it was 3-2.
I think we're on the point where we're moving on.
You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I believe we have a motion on the floor. My amendment failed at 13%. And so where we are, as I understand it, is on the original motion by Mr. Noasad at 14%. And that's what I was asking you, is I don't understand exactly what your position is here on percentages. I understand the cap is at 600, and this would be this would then put additional restrictions, as I understand it, on particular neighborhoods. Some are already over this number, and so those would come down as those permits expired. And if a neighborhood was already at the cap of 15% for single family or 25% for multifamily, then as those expired, there would be no more issuance of permits in that particular area. However, if there was an area that had, for instance, a 10% number, and we had VHR permits that were still available within the 600 number, then they could get a permit in that particular geographical area. Am I correct on that?
No, because there won't be any more permits issued.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Noasad withdrew his motion so we could have Commissioner Gardner's motion. We voted it down. You said, let's move on. Let's move on. I mean, you lost one motion, I think, the whole day. Let's just move on.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move on to page 10.
Second, Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to page 10, for those following along at home, we are on packet page 446. Staff have no desire to discuss any particular language on this page. I'm happy to defer to the commission for direction or questions.
Sure you want to do that?
Commissioner
Rice,
Gardner, do you want to talk
second your
about the
motion.
difference between black bears and grizzly bears?
As long as they are all required to have a bear box.
Okay, Ms. Davison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to page 11. Packet page 447 for those following along at home. Also on this page, we do have one comment, I apologize. Directing your attention to item number 3 under violations and enforcement. This paragraph currently reads, operating without a VHR permit, the owners of any property being advertised and or operated as an unpermitted vacation home rental located anywhere within Douglas County in violation of county code and Nevada revised statute shall be subject to a fine. I won't read this entire section. The intent of staff with the language we have added here is twofold. One, currently county code reads that we can only fine someone in violation if they are actually renting the property. The added language allows us to find them in violation if they are advertising, indicating their intent to rent. In addition, we added language that allows for criminal prosecution. We've had an issue where people continue and don't care about fines. They continue to rent regardless, and so we would like to proceed with criminal prosecution in these cases. At this point, I turn it over to the commission for questions or comments.
Question, I would assume that that's a misdemeanor?
Yes, Sam Taylor again for Douglas County DAs for the record. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, is there a limit in terms of the amount of money fined for a misdemeanor?
Commissioner, I don't know that off the top of my head. I'm not a criminal lawyer, so quite frankly, I would be a little bit reluctant to answer that at that time. I can find out for you and get back to you if you'd like.
Thank you. I was just thinking Judge Judy had a limit of $5,000.
6 months in jail, nothing serious. Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to packet page 448, ordinance page 12. On page 12, scrolling through my notes, staff do not wish to discuss any particular language in this section. We have no comments for you. Happy to answer questions or take direction.
All right, moving on. Ms. Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're cooking with steam now. All right, so we're on packet.
If they don't have time to ask questions, we can keep moving.
Okay, I won't give them time, sir. All right, packet page 449, ordinance page 13. Staff have no comments for you. Happy to take any direction or questions.
Okay, I'm done. You can move on.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to page 14, packet page 450. Staff have nothing in particular we wish to discuss.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Tarkanian?
I think this is the right page, but we have the advisory board is from non-permit holders. I think because we are limiting these VHRs to Lake Tahoe, that it should be Lake Tahoe residents, not residents of the entire Douglas County. If you're going to require the permits in this area, I think they should. The people in that area should be the regulators of it, not people in East Fork.
Right. Mr. Chair, I would concur.
Did you have a question?
No, I said I will concur with that. So
I'm sorry. Okay.
Perhaps do we need maybe we need to do we need a motion? Okay.
Yes.
So I will move that the members of the VHR Advisory and Appeals Board be members of the Lake Tahoe Township.
Residents of the township, not members, right? I'll second it.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carried. Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to page 15, packet page 451. Staff have no specific comments on this page. Happy to take any direction from the board.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
I'm sorry, I need to go back to page 450. On that last item K, there shall be 3 ex officio members of the VHR Advisory Board when the board is not adjudicating appeals. The members shall consist of a representative from Public Safety, the Community Development Director, and a Community Development staff member, preferably from Planning or having knowledge. Is that something we really want to tie up the community developers' hands on, the community development director? And I thought perhaps a more appropriate wording there might be and I asked Ms. Davidson actually if she would be some of a mindset to perhaps fill a position on this, since she's walked this through the last 2 years and with the task force. And I don't know, Mr. Cates, you kind of allocate her time, but perhaps maybe a representative appointed by the county manager, or in other words, I don't, is that something we really want to tie up Mr. Delaire's time with?
For the record, Patrick Cates, I would be comfortable editing that number 3 to be an appointment by the county manager. I'd rather not be too specific if we don't have to be, just because of the reasons you just outlined.
Right, that's what I asked, yeah.
But you would be bound by paragraph B.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
I'm not. These are both not the non-voting members, Mr. Noasad. So how is they bound? How are they bound by item B? I'm not sure I understand that.
It says there's going to be 5 members on the board.
Yeah, but these are 3 non-voting advisors to this.
If I may, we're looking down at K. These are the ex officio members. These are staff, non-voting members who would help advise them. And what is issue is K3, community development staff members, preferably from planning or having knowledge of TRPA matters. Probably too specific, and maybe you want to just have a designee by the county manager.
Are they paid like the others? I'm referring to paragraph B. Or correction, paragraph G, has members shall be paid $60 per meeting. Would that include these 3 ex officios? Not for staff. No. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Arcanian.
I was reluctant to press that little red light because we were moving so fast and I was so excited. But I'm concerned with this by K now, and I just want to make sure I understand this, that Mr. Cates and maybe the legal counsel, or maybe it's Jennifer. I'm concerned by K, that K is not going to usurp the authority of the advisory board, such as when they determine what the caps are going to be and where they're going to be, and many of the fines. It says here, it makes it, the way I read it, it looks like it's only, the advisory board only is only required to be there for adjudicating appeals and hearing special use permits. I certainly don't want to pick 3 ex officio members that are not from Lake Tahoe and to make those decisions.
For the record, Patrick Cates, so my understanding of the term ex officio means they would not have a vote, but they're required to staff the committee and advise them.
I know, Mr. Chair. I know that Ms. Davidson and I had a number of conversations in this particular area, and I also thought, so we say a representative from public safety, which I concur with, the community development director, or as I've suggested up here, and a community development staff member. However, I felt like there was an important person that needed to be on this, and that would be the code enforcement. What was it? The code enforcement, senior code enforcement officer, or what do we changed the title? So I'm not sure exactly what that person's title is now.
Supervisor. Code enforcement supervisor.
Code enforcement supervisor. See, that's an important individual, I think, that needs to be involved on this, especially when they're going to be the ones out trying to wrestle up this program and bring it under control for us. And so when these issues go before that advisory and appeals board, I think they could have some good insight into what occurred
that brought things before the Appeals and Advisory Board. So that's an individual I think is important to be an ex officio member of this. So I know that we don't want to, and that's I think what Mr. Tarkanian was referring to, is we don't want to overwhelm this 5-member community or this 5-member advisory board with staff as well. So I think we need to be a little bit more selective in placement of these 3 people. But I do believe that a public safety officer is important, and I also think that Ms. Davidson's advice going forward, but I also feel that the code enforcement supervisor should also be an ex-official member of this board. Those are kind of the 3 positions I'm looking at.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner
If I may,
Nosad?
Jennifer, who do the code enforcement officers report to?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, the Director of Community Development, sir.
So that person who is in charge of that should be able to get the information needed for the meeting.
Yes, and it is likely if there was a revocation hearing and we needed to have a code enforcement officer come and present evidence to the advisory board, we would have them appear.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I
Sam,
may.
go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, I'd just like to point out a couple things. First of all, Tom Delaire, as the Community Development Director, is the head of code enforcement as it's stated in the code. I mean, he is the one who has all the authority for code enforcement. It is not the supervisor per se. All the code enforcement authority flows from Tom down through the code enforcement folks, and Tom is the one who sets policy. So I just wanted to note that for the record. And also, I just wanted to clarify, are you intending to keep 3 ex officio members, or you're looking to only have 2? I'm a little confused about what you're intending to do, Commissioner Gardner.
I thank you, Mr. Taylor. I think that the 3 ex officio members are a good number, and I don't think that overwhelms the 5 advisory board members. You know, we have a number, all of our advisory boards throughout the county have advisors from different different departments within our county. So if Ms. Davidson is comfortable with the 3 that are named here, then I guess I can go along with that. I don't want to belabor that point, but so if we want to leave it the way it is, I'm fine with that as well.
So is that a motion that you don't want to belabor the point? Because I'll second it. Ms. Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's nothing further on page 15, then I'll go to page 16. Give me just a moment to delete what I had typed here so that I don't lose track of my notes from this meeting. Page 16, packet page 452. Staff have no comment and have nothing specifically that I want to bring to the attention of the commission. At this time, Mr. Chairman, if you'll humor me, do want to put something on the record, and we will take direction from the commission on this last page as well. But I am up against a time constraint and will have to excuse myself. I am taking a final exam this evening for my master's degree. It pains me to leave you guys. I very much appreciate your hard work on this process, and I do apologize to the public for not being able to sit through public comment. It is my intent. I will go back and listen. I promise that I will hear what the public has to say about this. We have more work to do, and I have learned something every time I have listened to the public on this. So I did just want to acknowledge that and let them know that I will listen. At this point, I'm happy to take any direction from the commission on this final page.
The direction from this commission is you are excused, and good luck with your exam.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Tarkanian.
I got one last thing. It'll be quick. We can get an up and down vote. I'll just give my answer real quick. I brought up earlier in the meeting how I thought that we should limit VHRs to 1 person. It was expressed to me in one of the meetings with the staff that we want to eliminate this from being a commercial enterprise, which I think That's debatable, but they said that you don't want somebody who owns multiple VHRs where they're operating it more as a commercial enterprise as opposed to a homeowner who is just renting out their home and could arguably be a property right. So my motion would be that we limit, and it's only going to be for the ones moving forward, and I doubt there's going to be a lot of them available, but with the ones moving forward, that VHRs would be limited to one person.
I know of several people who do have multiple VHRs, and here again, they have their permit in place, nothing will change, and it's only in the future that these limitations will be put into effect. So I don't think we need a motion. This is already understood.
I don't think the new ordinance limits the VHR permits to one person in the future. And I know how concerned everybody is about the language commercial activity. And if you're operating and owning and utilizing more than one VHR permit, then I would think that would clearly be commercial activity.
Is that a motion?
Yes, my motion would be that for any new permits that they be limited to one person only.
I'll second that. However, I want to make sure it's understood, not one person, it's one per person.
Yes, I'm not sure the distinction, but that's fine. You're right, it's getting late. You're absolutely right. God, I hate to say that too.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
I hate to have to do that to you at the very end, and thought this was going to be a quick one, but I think the intent is to basically limit it one per family, so you can't have one per person. You could conceivably have the husband and then the wife, do a separate VHR permit. So was the intent to limit it one per family unit, or?
Okay, again, stand corrected. The motion would be that we would limit permits to one per family.
I'll second that, Mr. Tarkanian.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, and a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so that's a ratio of 1 to 1, right?
And now, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Taylor?
A motion would be in order from the board to approve the entire document after we do public hearing, or public comment, I'm sorry.
The floor is now open for public comment. Is there any public comment from the audience?
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a long day. I appreciate all the information. Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L, for the record. We all agree that enforcement is the linchpin to a successful vacation home rental ordinance. With that in mind, the 20 to 25 that are already identified in the valley need to cease and desist and be fined. Next, the illegally operating VHRs in Tahoe should be fined now and lose their right for a permit for a term no shorter than 1 year. Why reward bad behavior? This is not an entitlement. Hotels and motels have had a cadre of staff, including cleaning, maintenance, security, same practices as been brought forward are good. TRPA should have a statistic on how many VHR there are in the basin. That may even take our limit below 600. A VHR permit is not a guaranteed right. If someone purchases a home that is a current VHR, they should have to get in line behind those in a queue and not be provided the current VHR permit. Occupancy, I think you've done a fine job with that. I'm not sure why the Contractors Association of Tahoe Truckee believe that this is a new property right. They really do need to be better informed. They state not meeting demand will create waiting lists and uncertainty in real estate market as well as the construction market. 15 years ago, this didn't exist. They should not be reliant on VHR permits. Many stories center on the over-tourism and hotelification created by these short-term rentals. This results in neighborhoods zoned as primary residential being plagued by overflowing houses and condos, parked cars. We've gone over that again. Enforcement is going to be a key. I applaud the work of Douglas County. We have the most stringent VHR policy going forward. Washoe has the worst. Placer County is somewhere in the middle. I've reviewed them all. I participated in the Placer County Tahoe Basin Area Plan update for 5 years. I know Douglas County is behind on their area plan. Some of these things can go forward and do supersede TRPA's non-vacation home rental policies. They do not exist. They've thrown all the local jurisdictions under the bus. So when the area plan comes forward, we can look at the individual neighborhoods, the plan area statements, and really get this fine-tuned. Thank you for the opportunity to be here in person today.
Any other comments from the audience? Natalie, are you ready with any online comments?
Yes, sir. Natalie Wood for the record. I do have 3 people participating through Zoom that would like public comment. I have 4 people calling in. Anyone else that would like to participate in public comment at this time that's on Zoom, please raise your hand, and I will start going through the list.
Hello, this is Ben Harmon. I actually didn't hear myself called on, but I think I have been since I've been unmuted. So this is Ben Harmon from State Line. First of all, I want to say I really appreciate the work that you put into this. I think you're doing a great job. And my first read through on this, I was very excited. I've got a couple areas that I'm a little bit challenged by that I'll get to in a second. But first, I want to talk about what I think is sort of a fundamental challenge. And I expressed this the last time I spoke to your board. It seems to me that many of the challenges in drafting these regulations come down to the fact that you don't have a legally defensible definition of the word commercial in this context. I'm concerned that that'll not only, well, actually, if you did, it would not only lend clarity to the regulations and remove ambiguity from the discussion, it would also help protect all of us from legal challenges to the intention of the regulations in the future. Related to this is what to do about existing permits. I'm not an attorney, but in my experience, inequities in the application of law open the door for legal challenges. I think that existing permits must all be reevaluated at the time of renewal so that all units are eventually treated the same. It's not clear to me that auto renewal can be implemented and still achieve the intent of the regulations because some of the determination for compliance is coupled with the granting of permits. I think you've all covered this, and I think for the most part, the motions that have been passed by your board echo the things that I've said so far, but I just want to re-emphasize them. But now to get to what I think is kind of the most critical point, Mr. Rice touched on this. I am very strongly in support of some kind of per neighborhood or neighborhood area density limitation as opposed to a Tahoe Basin wide cap. I think it's always helpful to take the extreme case to illustrate things like this because those extremes can actually manifest at some point in the future. An extreme case here would be that some subset of the neighborhood areas have 90% VHRs and others have 5%. Clearly, this is not what any of us intend with these mitigations, and yet, as Mr. Rice pointed out, this is actually the case in certain areas. So, I mean, not those extremes, but there are areas within the Tahoe Basin that are already exceeding the 15% density. I expressed this to your board before. Our area already has hit 15% density, not the neighborhood area, but our immediate neighborhood. We already have several properties on the market now. If those all were converted into VHRs, we'd be hitting 40, 50% density. And that's really not, I think, what we want to do. And this is a residential neighborhood. This is not like up at Tramway. Lastly, and perhaps I'm missing something here, but under the permits section in item number 6 regarding special use permits for tier 3 units, the first bullet states, the unit complies with all tier 1 and tier 2 conditions. Unfortunately, I don't see any place in the document that spells out what those conditions are. Since there's been a motion to treat tier 1 differently, there's some ambiguity here, and I think the document needs a little cleaning up. Just to clarify, if the whole document applies to tier 2 now, great, and then these are additional things for tier 3, great, but I think that needs to be spelled out a little bit more clearly. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you very much. I really appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, moving to the next person. Go ahead and state your name for the record, and then I'll start the timer. Betty, are you there? We're hearing nothing from Betty, so I will move on. Okay, Nancy, do you have public comment? Okay, no response from Nancy. We'll go through the phone numbers and maybe come back to those two people and see if they're able to fix their audio on their end. We'll go with the 782 number. Do you have public comment on this item? Okay, no response. The next phone number noted that they had public comment on item number 6. I'll go ahead and confirm that with them.
Yes, that's correct. I'm waiting for item 6 and possibly 5.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll try Nancy again. Okay, no audio from Nancy. Nancy, are you there? Okay, we'll try Betty again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and state your name for the record, and then we'll start your time.
Hello, my name is Betty Wong. Thank you so much for this meeting today and for the time and effort all of you have been putting in. I just have a question about clarifying a few things. When you say for getting rid of LLCs, LPs, and other organizations to have a permit, does that include a limited partnership which is owned by multiple children of one family? It appeared from listening that if you are going to take out limited partnerships, corporations, and LLCs, that would prevent us from keeping our permit. My next question is, I could not tell clearly from watching when you voted to continue the suspension of the permits, was it 3-2 vote for keeping the suspension at this time? And lastly, with all of the problems that many people are having with neighbors, how do owners combat neighbors who are giving false claims? Such as saying that there are cars parked on the street when there's actually no renter even at the house. We've been trying to deal with renters, with neighbors who are giving false claims, probably in hopes of us losing our permit, but the claims are not true. So are you going to come up with a way to address how the owners can protect ourselves besides putting in our Ring cameras, which we've already done? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Betty. Okay, next person we have Andrew. Go ahead and state your name for the record, and then I'll start the timer.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Nook. I live in State Line, Nevada. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to echo what I've said previously and what a few people have said today, and just thank you for everyone who's worked on this. It's a daunting task, and a lot of good work has been done. So just a couple quick things here on the density. I want to kind of echo what Ben was also talking about. I think it would be great to look at this in a case-by-case basis. I am in, for example, kind of in the lower middle area of State Line off of Kingsbury, Chimney Rock, Hall Court area. And on my parcel alone, there are 7 properties that share a property line. 3 of them are vacation home rentals, and 2 of them operate right now under the what will in the future hopefully be a tier 2, but under what is a tier 3 right now. So they're the party style houses. If you do the math on that, 2 of the lots that are adjacent to me are also Forest Service lots. So if you do the math, I am surrounded by 60% vacation home rentals. It is a nightmare, and it is something that I'm hoping in the future we can look at, just like the vacation home rental owners or managers can appeal a violation. I think that the residents should be able to appeal their situation if it is not allowing them to live peacefully and quietly and without harassment. Another area that I want to bring up is just the cost of doing business. If you operate a tier 2 VHR, I think you should be required to use a local property manager who can take care of everything. The same 2 houses I'm talking about across the street are managed by people that live in LA and San Francisco. They do not hire trash companies. They don't have any sort of enforcement whatsoever. They show up twice a year to look at the house and renew their post office box. So I think the cost of doing business is you got to hire a property manager who's going to be around 24/7. So I don't want to leave it up to the uncle who lives next door. I think also just the last sentence here, or my last statement here is on I don't have the page number, I apologize, but it's number 7E, and it talks about how there needs to be 3 substantiated violations in a year in which the revocation process will start. And that's under noise and parking complaints, trash complaints. So I went through my wife and I's phone logs since July 1st of 2020 until today. We have called the Douglas County Dispatch and or the property manager or property owners of the 2 houses next across the street to us 23 times. I also have text messages in addition to those phone calls where we've had issues. And so I want to understand, why is the word substantiated not being defined? We need to define what that is. Obviously, it's going to be different for me versus the property manager, but I want to know who's deciding what's a substantial complaint. That's all I have. So thank you for your time, everybody, and thank you for working on this.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, we have Patrick. Patrick, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead and state your name, and then I'll start the recording.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Sequeira. I'm a new homeowner in Zephyr Heights. And so I'm not as up to date on all of the actions and considerations regarding the vacation home rentals. And I'm assuming that the basis for the restriction on vacation home rentals is based upon issues of noise, parking, and in garbage, etc. So my question is, and I'm not fully versed in any of this, is what was the basis for the 600 permit limit? I'm looking at the recommendations from the county manager in the document that's included on the website. And I noticed that there's listed specific complaints, which total about 195 from the host compliant. When you subtract the complaints for wrong numbers, neighborhood disputes, non-VHR questions, COVID-19 questions, the number actually becomes 102, and then another 13 on the code enforcement side. It seems to me to be a fairly small number of complaints relative to the stated number of approximately 608 permits during the study period of 10 months in 2019 into 2020. So I'm wondering if there are any other specific statistics that show the number of complaints as compared to the number not only of the permits, but also the number of the actual rentals. Because I'm assuming even if you have 608 permits, they rented their property maybe 3 times a month for 10 months, that's 30 months, that's 18,000 rentals. And if you have 18,000 rentals and only 100 and some odd complaints, that seems to be a very small number. So how does any limit justified, first of all, much less a 600 limit versus the county manager's executive summary recommendation of a cap of 725? It's very confusing for me. When you have a recommendation from your own study that says 725, and then the board comes up with the number 600, and I'm not sure where that came from. And then you have a study that even shows that there are really not that many actual documented complaints. Now, I don't want to,
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Your time is up.
I'm sorry?
Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I have one additional caller. Okay, do you have public comment at this time? Okay, no audio from them. They unmuted, but we're not hearing anything. Okay, I have another participant with public comment. Natalie, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. My name is Natalie Yanish. I'm with the Contractors Association of Truckee Tahoe, and I live on top of Kingsbury Grade. I have submitted letters for each and every one of the meetings where you've discussed short-term rentals recently, and so I don't know that I have much more to say on these topics. I would like to bring up the point of density and the neighborhood area as it was described by staff. So in the ordinance, there is a reference to the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency plan area statements. However, I'm not seeing how Douglas County staff is taking those plan area statements and what criteria they're using from those documents to decide what is a neighborhood area and what the definitions are, how they're identifying a neighborhood area. I would love to take you all on a tour of Douglas County up here so that you could see a lot of our neighborhoods. And I think that might give you some on the ground insight into where our single family homes are located, as well as our multifamily areas. And as was commented by staff, there is not a designation really for tourist or youth within Douglas County and the majority of our neighborhoods. There is some small slivers of areas on Lower Kingsbury, just off of SR 207, and then as you're headed towards the casinos. So I think that that's an issue that, if better explained, we might understand how those neighborhood areas are being defined. But even so, I am in agreement with Commissioner Gardner that I don't believe that we should be segmenting out different neighborhoods and then giving them different densities for VHR permits. The other thing that I wanted to say is that I heard what Andrew Nook had said when he called in with his comment, and he said that he had 20 calls into Douglas, 20 plus calls to Douglas County enforcement, and that there's some problem areas or neighborhoods where there's 3 homes on one street that are causing nuisances. So there's a simple solution for that. It's called enforcement, and that would take care of the problem. So if we do have a house that is creating a nuisance or noise complaints, then, you know, they should go through the process of having their permit revoked. And then therefore, there really would not need to be a need for any sort of density discussion because everybody who is a bad actor is being punished. I really want to also say I appreciate your taking the time to listen to all of my comments and read all of my letters as this process has continued on. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Okay, I don't see any additional public comment through Zoom. Chairman?
Thank you, Natalie. If there's no further public comments, we need to take a vote. So, for possible action, discussion regarding a regulatory framework for the vacation home rental VHR program, including direction on proposed amendments to the VHR ordinance. Do I hear a motion?
I make the motion to adopt.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Noasad, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Chairman? Yes. If I could just clarify from where we go from here. Now with this direction, staff can go back and finalize these regulations and bring them back to the board for the first reading, and then we'll have to have a second reading as well before formal adoption.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I thought we had to come back with what the final is, to review that, and then next meeting would be the first, and then the next meeting would be the second. You make it sound like the next meeting is the first reading.
That's correct, unless the board feels otherwise.
Yeah.
Everybody okay? You want to take a 7th inning stretch real quick?
Yeah.
Huh?
Mr. Chair, real quick, I had understood, Mr. Chair, I was under the understanding also from Ms. Davidson that that's exactly the format we would be following, but perhaps I'm wrong.
Ask if you want to take a quick break. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. Can resume. Five commissioners are here. This will be item number 5 in the sequence, page 5 on the agenda. For possible action, discussion and possible approval of the Douglas County COVID-19 Recovery Plan to be submitted to the State COVID-19 Task Force in accordance with the Nevada Roadmap to Recovery transition. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I would like to give you a little bit of background and for the members of the public, particularly for those who are online, I just want to point out to all the members that the plan that was listed in your packet material that was posted on our website has been substantially changed as a result of the governor's press conference he gave night before last. And I'll go through that in a little bit more detail. But I will walk through the plan as edited and provided today to the board and the members of the public who are here. But first of all, just a little bit of background. This process started, well, I won't go all the way back to March of last year, but in early March, March 15th, the governor came out with his roadmap to recovery. And in that, he laid out a plan to transition to local control. It was not by any means complete control, came with a lot of strings attached, a lot of state directives still in place. All the counties met under NACO, the Nevada Association of Counties, and talked through this a little bit, talked through a lot actually, about whether or not we wanted to go down through this process. And I think I can't speak for all counties. Some counties have done resolutions and other things, but I think the majority of the counties felt it was worthwhile to go down this path if it meant we could more quickly reopen our economies, if we could get our own authority established that we were willing to go down that path. The idea and the approach was that we would follow whatever directives the state had in place that we were required to follow, but beyond that, we would open up as much as we possibly could. When we started this plan originally, like I said, there were a lot more things in place that and rules and processes that we had to go through. Our particular plan really originated with the Quad County emergency management folks. Todd Carlini, our emergency manager, worked with them, and a lot of the original language came out of that group. It also had a lot of input from Carson City Health and Human Services. We're also supposed to get approval from our health district. Dr. Holman, our public health officer, he also reviewed it and provided input, as did the Douglas County School District Superintendent. And Sheriff Coverly as well also provided some input to the plan. Then that all changed night before last, and Governor Sisolak had a press conference. This was the day before several counties were supposed to take their plans to his COVID task force to review. So the very night before they were supposed to present, he suddenly changed the rules. I guess the good news is he made a more positive move towards opening things up. Probably not as much as a lot of people would like, but it was definitely an improvement of where we're at before that press conference. Some of the things that he did, he said that as of May 1st, he would end his directives related to social distancing mandates. He said that the counties would have their own control as of May 1st, which wasn't a change. He also said that school boards could approve their own plans effective May 1st. That was a change. We were working with the school district. They were supposed to sign off on our plan, so now they're kind of doing their own plan. He stated that on June 1st, he wanted every county to be open at 100% capacity. Counties can do so sooner, but it's his goal to have them all open by June 1st. He did make some statements that the Gaming Control Board would still have oversight over gaming properties, that he would maintain the mask directive, statewide mask directive. He referred to using the best science, the CDC, feds, state public health advice for keeping that in place. And he also did talk about OSHA, other compliance boards. You know, they have some oversight as well. So that changed things pretty substantially, and it allowed us to move more quickly to opening things up and be more aggressive with our plan. I think for my part, my hope was that we would get a plan that was fairly compliant with where the governor's directives were, and then as soon as we got to May 1st and had our own control, we could start amending it and loosening it up. So we had to go back to the drawing board and rewrite this. I think it's a much more palatable plan. I'm sure there will be folks that have some problems with it, but I think it's a greatly improved product than what we had originally submitted. And if there aren't any questions on that process, I'll start going through that now. Oh, I should also add, we are scheduled to have our plan reviewed by the state COVID task force on April 22nd, which is next Thursday. Are there any questions about any of that before I jump into the current version of the plan? Okay. Seeing none, let me share my screen. And you should have copies of this with both the red line version from what we originally submitted as well as the clean version. And I'm just going to walk through the clean version. Let's see here. So in our original version, we had a matrix that listed different types of businesses and what the rules were for those businesses. That is out the window. We no longer need that. And share my screen. Okay. So this is only about 5 pages long. And because it's so new, I was just going to kind of read through it so everybody, particularly the public that may not have had a chance to look at this, just to make sure everybody's very clear on what it says. So we have an introduction section where we just kind of talk about the state of things. Douglas County, like the rest of Nevada, has been in a state of emergency in response to COVID-19 global pandemic for over a year now. State directives to address the emergency have affected our businesses, our schools, and our residents. The economic and social impacts are secondary to the loss of 35 Douglas County residents lost to COVID-19 as of this date. We must always remember the human toll of this global pandemic as we move forward. The governor's roadmap to recovery established a plan to transition the management of COVID-19 related recovery action to each county effective May 1st, 2021. On April 13th, 2021, the governor made an announcement removing all state-imposed social distancing requirements effective May 1, with the stated goal that every Nevada county be 100% open no later than June 1st, 2021. In response, Douglas County has developed our own Moving Forward Douglas County Plan for COVID-19 Recovery to safely open Douglas County so that our businesses and residents can begin to resume normal life and we can end the current state of emergency. Our plan represents the collaboration with our pandemic response partners, Carson City, Lyon County, and Story County. Since the beginning of this public health emergency, the Quad County partners have worked together with the guidance and leadership of Carson City Health and Human Services and our public health officer. We will continue to do so under this plan. This Douglas County plan will be executed in collaboration with our Chambers of Commerce, Douglas County Business Council, local businesses, nonprofits, and our faith-based community. While an attempt has been made to provide a comprehensive plan to address local needs, changes in state directives and CDC guidelines, as well as feedback from community partners, may necessitate future changes to this plan. The next section talks about constraints. Douglas County understands that the state will continue to impose the following constraints after May 1st, specifically Directive 024 regarding masks. And one thing that I just want to make sure is clear to the public. So these governor's directives, I know a lot of people have said they are unlawful. You know, I won't speak to the constitutionality of it, but in terms of Nevada law, it's very clear that the governor has authority under NRS 414 under emergency management. When he declares a state of emergency, he's given broad powers to issue directives. Right or wrong, I think we all have some problems with having a state of emergency for over a year, but they do have the force of law. And a local jurisdiction does not have the authority to undo the laws that he has issued through directives, which is powers that have been granted to him by the Nevada legislature. And we have another agenda item to talk about that issue as well. Also, state OSHA, the Gaming Control Board, and state occupational boards will continue to set standards to engage in enforcement activities over applicable businesses. And I think that's really important as well. I think those counties who have declared their counties open, that they're not going to follow mask mandates, I certainly sympathize with the sentiments, but I think it puts local businesses at risk. It creates confusion for the public. Those businesses are still going to be subject to OSHA and other regulatory review from the state. And I'm sorry I'm editorializing a little bit here, but I think those are really important points to make for the public and the board. Douglas County encourages businesses to continue to follow applicable state directives, CDC guidelines, and any applicable industry-specific standards. So there are occupational boards and certain industries that have kind of developed their own standards as well. This plan does not apply to Douglas County School District, which is responsible for developing their own plan according to the state. We have a section on monitoring. Sorry, here I went a little too far. These are all the things we've been doing throughout, so there's nothing really new here. Douglas County's test positivity rate is currently at 5.6%. That was of the date of this document. I think it's changed since then. Our number of known active cases continues to drop and is currently less than 100. Douglas County will continue to monitor the state's county tracker to assess the county's metrics, and there's 3 metrics that the state is using to track how counties are doing that I've described in previous meetings. Testing and contact tracing will continue to be provided by Carson City Health and Human Services in coordination with CCHHS and our public health officer. Douglas County will monitor local capacity at Carson Valley Medical Center, ensure long-term care facilities and group homes are performing their own testing, monitor the Douglas County Jail and our juvenile detention facilities, assist our most challenged populations and individuals who may need to quarantine or are otherwise impacted by COVID-19. That's a nod in particular to our social services and community services folks who've done a lot to try to reach out and help our elderly and other people in need, making sure they're getting everything they need and getting them signed up for vaccines and all that sort of stuff. We will continue to work with the Douglas County School District and private schools regarding positive cases and will provide assistance as needed. Douglas County and the East Fork Fire Protection District has procured a surplus of personal protective equipment and sanitation supplies for both public and private use as necessary. And the private use is our collaboration with the chambers to distribute PPE to businesses. Douglas County will coordinate with the Nevada Division of Emergency Management to obtain additional supplies from their surplus. When received, the county will use American Rescue Plan funding to continue purchasing PPE and sanitation supplies for distribution as needed. Now, mitigation. This, I think, is kind of the meat and potatoes of this. Darn it, I'm sorry, I keep going a little too far. Mitigation. Immediately upon the May 1, 2021 transition, Douglas County will be open to 100% of occupancy limits for all Douglas County businesses that are not subject to differing requirements imposed by a separate governing authority, i.e. gaming businesses and some of the things that I referred to earlier. All businesses and events will be required by the state, not by the county, by the state, to follow applicable directives issued by the governor and are encouraged to follow guidelines established by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Additionally, those industries governed by state agencies must operate in accordance with the requirements of the appropriate board and/or authority. Vaccination efforts will continue to be a community priority. As vaccine allocations increase, Douglas County will continue to work closely with Carson City Health and Human Services and various other partners to administer vaccine to the public as quickly as possible. Douglas County will not impose limitation on the size of public gatherings and events after authority reverts to local control. We do not want to be in that role. Douglas County has and will continue to enforce state directives within local government operations to ensure the well-being of our employees and the public they serve. Public meetings may continue to be held virtually if necessary and will only occur in person in compliance with the applicable state directives. Enforcement. This has been a bone of contention throughout. The state has very much wanted local governments to take enforcement action against businesses and individuals. The statements we put in here, Douglas County has multiple agencies engaged in enforcement, including Douglas County Sheriff's Office, Douglas County Board of Health, and Douglas County Community Development Code Enforcement Program. Douglas County will maintain the level of enforcement that has been in place since March 16th, 2020. Douglas County is a local political subdivision of the state of Nevada and is granted authority via Nevada revised statutes. And just to be clear on what that means, since the beginning of this crisis, this state of emergency, the county has not taken any enforcement actions related to governor's COVID directives, and we do not intend to in the future. What we have done is try to educate businesses and the community. I don't presume to speak for Sheriff Coverly, but I will give you an example that I know has occurred. The Sheriff's Office is not about to cite somebody because they're not wearing a mask. However, if somebody goes into a business not wearing a mask and the business owner tells them they need to leave and they refuse to leave, well, they can call the sheriff and they can get arrested for trespass, not for not wearing a mask. And that has occurred in the county. Douglas County will continue to provide information and education to the public and businesses via media, social media, websites, chambers of commerce, and the Douglas County Business Council. Public messaging. And these were all components that the state laid out, the items that they wanted to see in their plan, so that's why each of these items is in here. Douglas County continues to disseminate public information with the assistance of Carson City Health and Human Services. Carson City Health and Human Services Public Information Officer will continue to create community education materials regarding public health measures, testing, and vaccines, monitor social media, and ensure messaging aligns with the governor's directives and the needs of the community. The county manager's office will continue to assist in preparing videos and messaging from local officials regarding public health measures and disseminate Carson City Health and Human Services messaging across the county's social media platforms. Resources needed. According to the COVID-19 Mitigation Task Force, the Nevada National Guard, FEMA, and USDA will be available to assist with testing and vaccination events, along with data entry through September 13th, 2021. This is a resource that is critical to the county's successful recovery, and we appreciate the state's efforts, state's efforts to secure these resources. Douglas County Community Health, the Douglas County CERT team, and volunteers from the East Fork Fire Protection District will continue to provide assistance as necessary. Carson City Health and Human Services is prepared to administer 7,000 vaccines per week in the Quad County area. However, CCHHS is currently only receiving about 2,000 to 2,700 vaccine allocations per week. That's according to Becker's hospital review data dated March 18th, 2021. And then there's some reference to that source. It says Nevada is ranked 42 for vaccine allocation based on the estimated 2018 population. Therefore, additional vaccine allocations are needed to meet the demand and be able to vaccinate all population groups as intended by the governor starting on April 5th, 2021. That is the plan in its entirety. Like I said, the grid that we have before is gone. I think this is a lot simpler plan, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And of course, Chief Carlini is here to assist with that as well. Thank you.
Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Gardner?
I assume that this means that for our local businesses, when we open on May 1, that they will be able to continue, or at least reestablish their ability to have outdoor concerts, because even at the casinos, it is my understanding that gaming can only control what goes on the floor. So that should Harvey's, whose summer schedule we just approved a little earlier today, can feel confident that unless something catastrophic happens, they can continue to plan for and book the summer concerts at the lake?
For the record, Patrick Cates, yes, I think that is true. We do not intend, this plan does not contemplate us doing an approval process for those. Our only advice to businesses planning those kind of events is we'd recommend they follow CDC guidelines and the state directives. And as I understand it, from what the governor said, the only directive that will still be in place is the mask mandate. Although I just want to caveat that a little bit. There's often a delay when the governor has a press conference until there's an updated directive, and sometimes there's details in there that aren't included in what he told us. So there's a little bit of uncertainty on that point. Do you have anything to add to that, Todd? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just an observation. Douglas County had 35 deaths in this past during this pandemic. Based on a 50,000 population, that comes out to about 0.07%, less than 1%. Clark County, on the other hand, is a little higher than that. Of course, they got more people, but it looks like this application of these mandates are placed as one mandate fits all, whether you live in Alpine County or Clark. So I think it's a bit unfair to Douglas County that we have to do the kinds of things that they mandate. And I have a second question. I always thought OSHA was a federal thing. Is it? Do we have a state OSHA? Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cates, as you know, when and I don't know how the other commissioners felt about it on Friday night after looking and reviewing the agenda and this particular item, but I got a huge amount of emails and phone calls over the weekend in consternation of this plan and a lot of distress that was in the original plan. As you know, I worked on some modifications to that and took the opportunity to visit with you yesterday to present those ideas to you, and I'm very pleased to see that some of those ideas actually got into this document, so that's I appreciate that. When I met with the Carson Valley Visitors Authority, which I'm assigned to as a board member this morning, of course we had Chris Johnson from the airport, we had JT Chevalier on it, we had Matt Carter from Carson Valley Inn, and of course they were all concerned about their events going forward. And after looking at this plan that you shared with us now, I indicated that I felt like they would be very happy to see what we were bringing forward this afternoon and potentially approving. And they were expressing great gratitude in regards to Carson Valley Inn, trying to open up TJ's Corral, and the idea of going forward with an air show and candy dance and Carson Valley Days and all the associated events that are so important to our county. So I thank you for coming forward with this. There was an area that we talked about in my presentation to you yesterday, and subsequently we've talked with legal counsel, both Mr. Taylor and Mr. Wadley and yourself, and I could not share it with the rest of the commissioners because of open meeting law violation possibility, but it's a statement that I think is important to add to this document. I don't know if you have the ability to type it in at this point in time, but I'd like to offer this as an amendment to this plan and hope that my fellow commissioners join me in this sentiment. So I'll read it I'll go slowly enough that maybe you can read it, type it, and then we can take a look at it, and hopefully they'll concur. So in the introduction area, at the end of the introduction area, I offer this amendment. It is imperative that the Douglas County and its elected Board of Commissioners take these actions that follow and honor those freedoms bestowed upon all Americans by the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and that best protect the overall health of those who work, live, or visit here. Therefore, we propose our plan. I would hope that I can get a second on that.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Noasad. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion's carried, 5-0.
Thank you, my fellow commissioners. I appreciate that.
Any further comment?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Wright.
It would seem to me that due to the language of the governor's presentation the other day, and the fact that OSHA's going to be busy other places, I would think that unless they are merchants for their own protection and safety wish to have a mask mandate, that people can now feel free to walk about without covering their face as a matter of personal choice.
Is that in the form of a motion?
No, it was a question.
Commissioner Tarkanian, do you have anything to add?
No, the only thing I was going to say, but I was trying to make this quick, was that the only mandate the governor has right now, and it isn't a mandate, you call it directive, but it's a state law, is the mask law requirement. And what my understanding is not being enforced here anyways, from what I understand, is in this pamphlet. So we're wide open except for that. And what you say in the pamphlet is we're not enforcing that.
Correct. Though a business is still going to have to comply with OSHA, which would enforce that on a business.
Mr.
Correct.
Chairman, that's a good point, because I've had so many emails of people telling me, well, why don't you just say, forget this, we're not going to wear a mask. And I said, well, we can say that, but it's a state law, and we're not fining you. It's OSHA that's going to fine you. From someone who's been fined $3,475 twice because I allowed young kids to play pickup basketball and they didn't stay 6 feet apart, and they fined me twice by OSHA. They have a lot of power. Now, I'm going to appeal it, hopefully we win, but a business does take that risk, but it's nothing we can do as county commissioners. That's the OSHA's controlled by the state.
Mr. Chairman. Address Mr.
Commissioner
Taylor.
Nolasad?
Does that mask mandate hit the force of law? Is it in the force of law?
Yes.
And where is that, NRS?
Yes.
Thank you. I might want to add that if 48,000 people in the county decide to walk around without masks, OSHA is going to be very, very busy.
In conjunction with this mask, just a quick comment. The governor wants continued wearing of stinky, polluted masks that are becoming a biohazard that are all over parking lots and now getting in the Carson River. What about little kids who are being forced to wear snot-nosed masks all day long? This is just unimaginable and a travesty, which does more harm than good. Up at the lake, there have been swarms of unmasked beachgoers since summer. People in bathing suits, no social distancing, and there were never any controls at all. Also, there were never any massive COVID outbreaks. Why? Sunlight. Sunlight is the most efficient disinfectant there is for this virus and any virus. When you go to the supermarket and there is a cart in the parking lot that's been sitting out there in the sun for the last few minutes, that's the one to grab. The entire cart has been disinfected of any virus, at least by 99.9%, which is about 100% of COVID or any other virus. It is killed by sunlight in less than 30 seconds. Lake Tahoe is the world's second most popular destination for weddings. First is Hawaii. We need to open up for more weddings, and we need to do it now because people are planning, and they need to plan in advance. They need to know what to expect. Do like Florida did, open up and let the sun shine in. Thank you.
I might add one thing to the hazards of wearing a mask. If you're a heart patient like I am, keep leaving that mask on as you rebreathe carbon dioxide, which reduces your oxygen saturation, which makes your heart work harder.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Gardner.
I concur with everything that's being said about the masks, and when I get comments from the public in regards to what we're going to do about that, I have to refer back to January 4th when we took our oath of office, and unless I guess I missed something, because I think the citizens of this county expect us to wave some magic wand to make those masks go away. And Mr. Rice and Mr. Ingalls served previous on the board, but I can tell you I failed to get my magic wand on January 4th, so I would appreciate you at least getting me one so I can do that. And the other observation I have is, Danny, I think you would have really appreciated the 6 feet social distancing and trying to win some basketball games also, right?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the reason that was put in place was because it was the only way Governor Sisolak could ever score a basket, is if somebody was 6 feet away from him.
All right. We could belabor this for hours. Let's open it up to public comment. And is there any public comment from the audience? Seeing none, Natalie, is there any public comment online? Oh, wait, excuse me, we do have.
What do I have to, oh, it's on. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sylvia DeHart. I live in Gardnerville, and I'm a retired registered nurse. I came to your April 1st meeting asking for you to cooperate with Attorney Joey Gilbert and write our own resolution for this county. But I see that you decided to take another route, unfortunately, because like you said, we have to continue with this mask mandate. And there is no public health emergency. like Commissioner Nawasat said, I think it was you, that there was only 35 deaths and there hasn't been a death for weeks. There's one patient in Carson Valley Medical Center currently with COVID. So it's over. It's not a pandemic, it's an endemic. And so voting yes to this plan is so disappointing to me because it continues this ineffective statewide mandate for masks. And it's irresponsible and cruel to the citizens and the residents of Douglas County, especially the children. Pediatricians have noticed that there's lung damage in some of the patients that they have, the children that wear the mask all day long, the same dirty mask. And also there's cognitive deficits in these children from the lack of oxygen, and neurologists are reporting that. So why I'm so disappointed also is that you were elected by constituents in one of the most conservative counties in Nevada. And I feel that we've been betrayed, that you didn't take a more aggressive approach. And it makes me wonder who and what is controlling you. I understand, and you mentioned that you worked with the National Association of Counties together with the county DA and the county manager to draft this plan. I think you've been misguided and misled. And in my humble opinion, I believe that NACO may be in cahoots with Sisolak. And a friend of the governor is no friend to us, no friend to me, no friend to Douglas County. So when your constituents realize what you've agreed to, they will blame you, not the governor, because he's given you authority over this county. We don't want Sisolak running Douglas County. Sisolak and his left-wing legislature are assaulting Nevada. So masks should not be mandatory, they should be voluntary. And if you could do anything now that you're ready to submit this plan, make that known. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Are there any other comments from the audience? Yeah, okay.
Hello, Jen Nalder for the record. Thank you. I just have a really quick comment. I'm the regional director of Kudrna Inc. We are doing business as Anytime Fitness. We have 4 locations serving Gardnerville, Urington, Fernley, and Northwest Reno. So Urington and Fernley are 2 of our locations that are in a county, Lyon County, that has declared resolutions. I will just say that having declared these resolutions, they just went back as of yesterday and further clarified that they will be following the mask directives. The reason being is that the state of emergency is still in effect in Nevada, and as Mr. Cates had said, as long as we are under the state directive, there's little we can do. The reason why I'm public commenting today is I'm asking for your support as businesses here in the community. This is not an issue that we agree with. Our personal opinions aside, it is something that we answer to as far as other governing agencies and as far as the state agencies are concerned. We have boards of cosmetology, alcohol, gaming control, and OSHA. We have personally been served by OSHA many times on violations of these masks mandates. We are overjoyed that we are at 100% capacity, so I do applaud your efforts in order to open us up. We are hoping that we can rebound economically soon. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. My goodness, I'm sorry. I guess I'm done with my public. I'm so sorry. I got lost in my thoughts. So yeah, the simple truth is the root of this issue, it's not you as county commissioners. I know you're doing everything you can to make sure that we are open and remain open. The root of the cause right here is at the state level. I know that there was going to be some support for the AB 93 in order to restrict some of the restrictions that the governor has put on us. And as far as I heard, that fell short of the committee, so we will not be hearing that. But I do thank you, and if you can continue to support your local businesses, we all appreciate all of your patronage. Thank you.
James McCallum for the record. I know the county commissioners have been really pressured and by the citizens to open things up. And I just want to remind the people that this county has never closed anything. The county has never imposed a mandate. This is not coming from the county. It's come from the governor. The governor has decided that an emergency can go on as long as he wants it to and be anything he thinks is an emergency. This can go on. It could be a regular flu season. Till we change the law, anything is an emergency. And there goes the Constitution. There goes rights of people to make decisions for themselves. So I want to defend the board from the criticism since you never imposed any mandates. It's good to see the schools finally opening. I think school children that have lost close to 2 years of education. Children, a statistic I saw the other day, children hurting themselves is up 338%. Includes suicides and just physical harm to themselves. That is, in itself kind of makes you wonder if the mandates, or maybe cause more damage than they've saved people. So I'm glad to see there's some opening going on, and I hope everybody remembers to support local businesses. And we got to hope for some change on the law, the legislature. I don't think we're going to get it. But a governor having absolute power for in excess of a year is unconscionable. Thank you.
Any further public comment from the audience? Seeing none. Natalie, do we have any online?
Natalie Wood for the record. I have 2 so far. If anyone else that's on Zoom would like to provide public comment at this time, please raise your hand. I'll start with the caller. Please state and spell your name for the record, and then I'll start the timer. Okay, no response. And it looks like the other participant put their hand down. Do we have anyone else on Zoom that would like to provide public comment? Please raise your hand. I don't see any public comment.
Thank you, Natalie. Okay, it comes down to us. If I vote yes for this plan by the governor, it is tacit support that I endorse it, and I don't. This man has proven to be a partisan hack. We have tried to work with him for the last few months since this whole thing started, and all he's done is dictate to us what we're supposed to do. He's never really asked us what we wanted. So I am going to vote no.
All right, I'll make the motion. I make the motion that we do not fully accept this dictate from the governor's office.
May I make a comment, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I agree with everything you said except the no. And I doubt there's a lot of people more mad at what the governor's done than I am for a number of reasons, business-wise, family-wise, and otherwise. But we have a plan that's opened up Douglas County 100% except for the mask. I don't understand why, and the mask is a state law. I mean, we can't, as an official body, say we're not going to follow the state law. Now, we may not want to we may not encourage people to do so, but I don't see how you can say as an elected government official who swears they're going to uphold the laws of the state that we're not going to follow it because we don't agree with it. So anyways, that being said, I'm really thrilled that we're going to be open up 100% except for the mask. And I think it's, let me just qualify, last thing I'll say real quickly. Look, there's been over 30% of the population that's had at least one shot of the vaccine, and it's going up every day. There's been 10% of the people that have been diagnosed with COVID, which means there's at least 20% that have. That's 50% of the people that have some antibiotics in their system. Most of them are the people that are most vulnerable, that transfer it the most. The mask requirement doesn't do much at all. It's really ridiculous. I mean, the people that haven't had the vaccinations aren't the ones transmitting it as quickly, aren't the ones that are at risk, and over half the population has some type of antibiotics. I don't agree with the mask. I don't endorse it, but I'm going to vote yes if there is a motion on that, because I'm glad that we're going to have everything else open up to 100% in Douglas County.
Well, this is the governor's plan, and it's going to go through no matter what we think. We're just making a statement, that's all.
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that this is our roadmap, the Douglas County roadmap to reopening our county.
Well, I don't agree with that completely. It's based on what the governor has submitted, and it's going to be enforced and go through no matter what. And I am of the persuasion that I am not going to give tacit support to this governor. If he wants to go ahead and put through this plan, let him do it, and don't push it onto the counties, because we're gonna enjoy the benefits or the detriment of this plan no matter what. And he hasn't done us any favors. And furthermore, I wouldn't be surprised if he comes along and starts to mandate that you have to have a shot card to show that you've had a vaccination. So I don't trust this guy at all. And it's just, so this is my little protest. Now, the county will open up, and it's based on what he has submitted. This isn't our plan, it's what he has submitted for us to use. So that's just my position.
Mr. Chairman, I direct a question to County Manager Cates. The governor put out basically what is amounted to a spreadsheet and listed each of the possibilities of how we would behave in this particular instance. One of them had to deal with church capacity and set the limit at 250. You got a 400 person capacity church, but you have to maintain social distancing. Is that still in effect, social distancing, according to state mandate?
For the record, Patrick Cates, no, that would lapse on May 1st. But what would be different if this plan was not approved is the opening at 100% occupancy. If you approve this plan, we can do that May 1st. Otherwise, the governor says counties can do it June 1st. Which I know is only a month, but that would be the difference if you don't approve this plan.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I can assure you, as I've talked to Mr. Cates yesterday, that the plan that was produced to us and presented to us in the board packet on Friday night, I assured him that if that plan had come forward and we had approved it, that 5 commissioners in this county would have gotten lynched tomorrow. As distasteful as that plan was, and I expressed to Mr. Cates that there was no way that myself as a commissioner could have any way, shape, or form endorsed that plan, because that was basically nothing more than an endorsement of the governor's plan and then shifting responsibility of enforcement to us. And that was extremely distasteful, and I could not have endorsed that plan, because I have not endorsed anything that the governor has come forward with over the last year. I can distinctly recall being in a Douglas County Republican convention last March, just before this county and the state was shut down, and Senator James Settlemeyer came forward and said, "We're asking for 2 weeks. We're asking for 2 weeks. Get over the hump. Get over the hump. Just give us 2 weeks." Here we are, a year and 6 weeks or so past that 2 weeks that we gave him. And I know that several of my associates were in that meeting when that occurred. And so anyways, we've given him certainly way beyond what I feel is his constitutional authority within this state, and certainly within this county. We worked very hard with NACO. I know it was mentioned that NACO supported this, and I can assure you NACO did not. We had conversations amongst NACO. I serve as the representative, and we all expressed our distress with the governor's mandates and did not endorse that. I was pleased that at least the governor said that he was going to change it to June 1st for opening. And I remember a friend of mine on Facebook that's a very conservative was displaying pleasure with that. Yay, June 1st. And I says, well, June 1st, what's different between June 1st and May 1st? Or for that matter, when he posted it on April 10th, or April 13th, actually, he said, okay? I says, what's the difference? And I don't see any difference. We call for May 1st in this plan, and as far as I'm concerned, we could change that to April 15th, as far as I'm concerned, because I see no benefit of waiting any longer. So, anyways, as distasteful as it is, and as unauthorized and the lack of authority I believe the governor still possesses, I have no hopes of anything passing through the state legislature that would take his authority away from him, short of 2 years from now, when hopefully we no longer have or are under his rule as a dictator in this state. And I will use that word, dictator. But I have even watched state legislators go before microphones, before our state legislator, talking about how we need to open this state and how unauthorized and lack of authority our governor has, and yet they stand behind those microphones 6 feet from press wearing a mask. So what part of, introducing bills that remove those authorities from him do I not understand when they're wearing a mask and bringing forward bills to remove his authority? So it sounds like some hypocrisy to me. But in this version, I don't know that we're going to get any better than this. And as distasteful as it is, I think I would have to vote in favor of submitting this to the governor reluctantly. And I have to say it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth and my stomach, my head. I couldn't sleep on Friday night after reading our previous plan, and at least after I saw this, it's somewhat acceptable to me. So that's where I kind of stand right now on this. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Sam.
I just wanted to note that Commissioner Noasad had made a motion, but I don't think it has a second yet. So.
Commissioner Noasad, would you repeat your motion?
My motion was to not not put an imprimatur on this bill, on this plan.
Do we have a second? I'll second the motion.
Okay, now it's time for discussion. I am sitting here thinking, if I read the quotations from the Founding Fathers, they would each be really rolling in the grave, ready to jump out and slap us all. We're not lemmings. We're supposed to be patriots.
So we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Noasad, a second by Commissioner Engels. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays?
Nay.
Nay. Nay.
The motion is not carried. There's two for and 3 against.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
I would move to approve Douglas County, Nevada's COVID recovery plan, the clean version draft 2, as amended with the statement that I provided earlier.
I would support that if it goes to the governor with removing the mask mandate.
Are you suggesting that as an amendment? Yes.
I second that motion.
Yes.
Point of clarification, are you saying that our plan will state that we will not have a mask mandate?
I would support it if it did not have a mask mandate.
Okay, so my point is this, and then I'm not going to belabor this anymore. We could take a vote. I think this already split across. This is, we can say that we don't believe the mask mandate is legal, that the emergency powers given to the governor are over because we're not in the COVID situation anymore. But that's up to the Nevada Supreme Court to make that decision. It's not for another executive body to make it, in my opinion. So I don't think we have the authority to not put it in there.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
With respect to the mask NRS, I'm hoping it's stated in a way that it is the governor may impose that kind of mandate. If we go to him and say, don't opt it for it.
Mr. Chairman, how about this? This might work. What if we put the language in there that there will be a mask mandate only if required by state law? Would that work for you guys?
I'd have to read the NRS to agree or disagree with that. Mr. Taylor, do you know what the verbiage is for that mask mandate?
Actually, I don't yet because the governor's directive hasn't come out yet. So, quite frankly, it's difficult for me to opine on exactly what the directive will state because it hasn't come out yet. And I would defer, quite frankly, to Patrick on what the governor's intentions would be with that regard.
So I'm going to go back to what I'm going to work off of what you said, Commissioner Tarkanian. If it's supported by law, I think what I'm trying to say is that if the NRS is there that says he may use it, then I agree with you. In other words, it's supported by law, but he can opt not to impose that law.
Who is that? Who are you referring to? Okay, so this is my understanding. It's already a directive. He's not issuing a new one. The state legislature, I believe, is during the special session, gave him these emergency powers, and that is constitutional. But it's supposed to be very narrowly tailored and for only the least amount of time necessary, and only in the least area to regulate it. And he's violated that, in my opinion, by far. And I think all of us agree to that. But you know, that's not. I don't believe we as a board can say, hey, it's illegal, so we're not going to, we're telling the governor we're not going to follow it. We can say, hey, we don't agree with it, we're not going to enforce it, but I don't see how we make that determination. That's a judiciary. So if you want to take the position that as long as it's supported by state law, that's the only reason why I would support having the mask mandate, is because of that, and I would be in favor of that.
We just had a statement from Sylvia here in the audience about how detrimental masks are, especially to little kids. So somebody's got their head screwed on wrong. I don't know who was giving this governor his advice, but it hasn't been very good. Not only has he screwed up the state financial situation with his mandates, he still continues to do this to people, and he's ruining lives, and people need their jobs, and they need to get back at it. So these masks are a travesty. This is more like a tit-for-tat power play by him. And yeah, he outranks us, but can't we make a statement? And we can accept his plan in general, but we don't accept the mask mandate?
If I may, Mr. Chair, that was Commissioner Gardner's motion, was to basically approve the proposal by the county manager, but to also include the statement from Commissioner Gardner as well to be submitted to the governor, which I think would be separate from the approval of the plan. But it doesn't have a second yet, I would also note.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I know in this document that under the enforcement area, we indicate that Douglas County will maintain the level of enforcement that has been in place since March 16, 2020, which has included the fact that we have had no enforcement. Really, we have had no enforcement. Therefore, would it be appropriate to add a statement in here that Douglas County will not enforce Directive 024 by the governor in regards to the mask mandate? And I see Mr. Taylor's head shaking no.
Yes, I am shaking my head no, because I think that would be contrary to the intent of the approval of the plan. And I think that that would potentially cost our businesses a month of being able to open up 100% without fear of OSHA coming in to possibly fine them for noncompliance. So I would recommend against inclusion of that.
Mr. Chair.
Rice.
It seems to me that approving this will open our county up in 2 weeks. And if we don't approve this, it'll be a month and 2 weeks. I'm all for making a statement that we think he's I can't say that in public, but I want to open up our county as fast as possible. And the way to do that is by approving this in toto and sending it off to the good governor. And we already know that we have not enforced the mask. We will not enforce the mask. And unfortunately, if we tell our businesses you don't have to enforce the mask, then OSHA is going to come swooping in and do what they've already done and fine our businesses because they relied on us. So I'm for approving this as written and in toto so that we can open up our county as soon as possible.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Noasad.
Commissioner Rice, your position is well put. And I would agree with you. But what I'd like to say is like to have our board send a message to the governor that we sort of declare our independence. Let them know that, yeah, you got your mask mandate going, but it isn't the right thing to do.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I have a suggestion that might actually appease everyone. I think you can improve the plan But there's nothing to say that you can't submit a nasty letter transmitting that plan or a letter along with it indicating your displeasure with the circumstances upon which the plan has been foisted upon the county. So you can write something on the side that says, gee, we approved the plan, but we really don't like the circumstances that you made us do it. So
I'd like to remind this board, as well as the public out there watching this, Douglas County was the first county to write a letter to the governor and hand-delivered it. And the man didn't have the courtesy to come out and accept the letter from us. He sent out a Capitol police officer to take the letter, and I'm not even sure that he ever looked at the damn thing. So Douglas County was one of the first counties to go on record resisting this governor. And I hear all this talk about, well, this county did this and this county did that. We were the first. We were the first to tell the governor that he was wrong. Almost said it, didn't I? So I think that this is not being productive. I think that we need to go ahead and approve this. We've already told the governor that we don't agree with him. And we can send another letter. We can get another caravan and take it down there and personally hand it to whoever the governor is going to send out to take the letter that he's never going to read. So I think that's being counterproductive, and I think that we need to approve this as it is.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to build on what Commissioner Rice said. Yeah, let's write that letter, like Mr. Taylor said. Let's send it to him. Let's walk it in, but let's put it in the record courier. This is what the board said. This is what we don't like about what's going on.
Mr. Case, does this plan include the removal of plexiglass?
It does not address that specifically.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, I believe I did make a motion to approve the plan with the amendment that we had already approved. And so we've had this discussion in that regard. I know that, once again, I will state that it's distasteful and I don't like it, but we do have a motion on the floor and we do have a second for the approval of that. And so I guess rather than beat it up anymore, I like where my fellow commissioners are going with this, and I would support the writing of a letter, but I think we need to go forward with the motion anyways.
I don't recall a second, though, to your motion.
Second.
Commissioner Gardner. Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is carried 5-0. Now, I got an idea after the plan is submitted, but I can't talk about it in public.
I'm going to write that letter and I'll pay for the advertising.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. I don't know where my... This is item number 9. For possible action. Discussion to authorize the settlement of a 2017 employment claim filed by John Enos in the United States District Court, Nevada, against Douglas County. The former Douglas County Chief Juvenile Probation Officer and the former Chief Deputy Juvenile Probation Officer, through the payment of $556,750. That's $556,750. And authorizing the chairman to sign the first and final settlement agreement and any other required documents. Is Ms. Gregory here? There she is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cynthia Gregory from the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Also with me is Ms. Kathy Parks, who is the lead counsel on this for Nevada Public Agency Insurance Pool. She is available via Zoom if you have any questions. As stated, we are seeking settlement authorization in the amount of $556,000 and $750,000. We recognize this is a significant amount of money. I have spoken with Wendy Lang, who is the risk manager, as well as Terry Willoughby. There is sufficient funds in the risk management reserves to pay for this. Also, just to acknowledge that this isn't a precedent for future cases. Each case will be evaluated based on the facts and circumstances of that case, based on the length of time that has happened, as well as the pleadings and depositions that have happened. It is my recommendation that it's in the best interest of the county, based on the totality of the circumstances, as well as the facts and circumstances, including the fact that we are currently set for a 3-week trial November 1st in U.S. District Court. I know we've laid out the amended complaint, the county's denial, as well as some other information in the background, and I am happy to answer any questions, or if you have questions for Ms. Park, I know she is also available and happy to answer those.
Do we have any questions from the board?
Yes.
Commissioner Nosad.
The amount of $556,750, what does that compare to what the original suit was?
When you originally file your lawsuit, you don't have to indicate an amount. It's, in excess. And so I can tell you that in the course of settlement, which those settlement negotiations are typically confidential, that it was significantly more that Mr. Enos was seeking.
Does $1.2 million sound familiar? Mr. Chairman.
Said.
I make a motion that we authorize the settlement of a 2017 employment claim filed by John Enos in the United States District Court, Nevada, against Douglas County, the former Douglas County Chief Juvenile Probation Officer and the former Chief Deputy Juvenile Probation Officer, through the payment of $556,000, and we authorize that Chairman Cates allowed to be sign the required documents.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, if I may. I think the amount at issue was $556,750.
Is that what I said?
You just said $556,000 even.
All right, let me correct it then. $556,750.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Nosad, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by voting aye.
Excuse me,
Aye.
just a minute before we go to the vote. We need to pause for discussion. And I just wanted to mention that I think it's important that the public body know that this is not coming out of the general fund. This is coming out of our risk management fund. I think that's an important aspect of this. So thank you. Now I'm ready for the vote. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Nosad, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by voting aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion is carried 5-0.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Cates.
I think we missed agenda item number 6.
Yeah, we're going back to that. This, agenda item number 6, for possible action. Discussion to approve Resolution 2021R-038 in support of Assembly Bill 93 and Senate Bill 88, introduced in the current 81st session of the Nevada Legislature to limit the authority of the governor to declare a state of emergency under the NRS Chapter 414 without the approval of the Nevada Legislature. Mr. Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I discussed during the legislative update, AB 93 and SB 88 are both bills that limit the governor's ability to declare a state of emergency. One limits it to 15 days, the other limits it to 30 days without getting authorization from the Nevada Legislature. And I know that I reported that those bills had died. They were not even introduced in committee. They had no hearings. However, I will say that the rules of the Nevada Legislature are pliable, and if the legislative leadership wanted to bring those bills back, they certainly could if they had the prerogative to. They suspend rules all of the time. And in the actual resolution itself, it talks about both of those bills. It says, now, therefore, be it resolved that the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners respectfully calls on the state legislature to hold hearings and approve Assembly Bill 93 or Senate Bill 88 or take any other appropriate legislative action to limit the duration of a declaration of emergency declared pursuant to Chapter 414 of the Nevada Revised Statutes as a necessary restraint on executive authority over the rights of citizens to protect the primacy of the state legislature guaranteed by the Nevada Constitution and to guarantee the principles found in Articles 3 and 4 of the Nevada Constitution.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve it. We've already discussed it long enough.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Tarkanian and a second by Commissioner Nosad. All those in favor signify by voting aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Cates, I have one question. You used the word primacy in there. Aren't we under a checks and balances kind of situation? Our Constitution is basically three departments, each having equal authority.
That's correct. I'm trying to find where it said primacy. I'm sorry.
Primacy of the legislature.
Yes. That language, that particular term was inserted by Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie. I don't know if Mr. Taylor has any comment on that. He didn't write it either, but.
I have none.
Okay, moving on. Item number 10, for presentation only. Reports, updates from county commissioners, members concerning the various boards and or commissions that they are members of or liaison to the meetings. If you have any items, you can bring them forward now that you'd like to discuss. Seeing none, we invite the public for closing comment.
Yeah.
Any closing comments? Natalie, is there anything out there?
I just wanted to thank you, Commissioner Engels and Commissioner Nawasat. You are true patriots, even though it didn't go according to your vote. And when you write your letter to the governor, there's something else you could include about the masks, that they're very detrimental to your immune system because they actually cause you to become acidotic. And what the state should have been doing all along is promoting healthy lifestyle choices, exercise, supplements to improve your immunity, vitamin D, all that kind of stuff. And they ignored that. So, thank you.
Can you state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Sylvia Dehart, D-E-H-A-R-T.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sylvia, what would you call that? Hypocrisy?
I just think it's deceptive. It's a deceptive control.
Yeah, thank you, Sylvia. My neighbor was an infectious control nurse in the Army.
This meeting is now adjourned.
Wait, Chairman?
Yeah.
We need to do Zoom public comment. Natalie Wood for the record. Anyone that's on Zoom participating that would like to provide public comment, please raise your hand now. I do have one caller that I'll start with. And this is for closing public comment. Hello, would you like to provide closing public comment?
I would, thank you. My name is Anthony Bartone, and I'm just commenting regarding how you guys doing this evening. Good, thank you. So I'd just like to comment regarding the masks. Texas governor came out and eliminated their masks 40 days ago, and they've seen a 69% decrease in COVID cases. Florida's been wide open, and they're not seeing an increase in cases. This is still America, and all I want is freedom. That's all I want. If people don't feel comfortable and they feel that they need to wear a mask, they should be able to wear a mask. If I feel comfortable without wearing one, I should be able to not have to wear one. And the children shouldn't have to wear them either. And I think that we're ruining future generations. It's going to be a problem we won't know for years to come. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak. And you guys have a great night.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I don't see any additional public comment at this time, so we're done with public comment from Zoom, Chairman.
Natalie, would you like to announce that the meeting is adjourned?
Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.